May I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to this afternoon's edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, the Rumble channel, and the X feed. Unfortunately, Baron Ormantag has joined the Imperial Empire, so yeah, that happened last night. He sent me a message and said, "For the good of the Emperor." I don't know if he was confused, if he thought maybe it was Warhammer. I don't know, but he said for the good of the Emperor, and then again he said for the Emperor. So I don't know, but then I get this message from him, and he says join the dark side. So that told me he joined the Empire. Meanwhile, Cash and his Shin ran to the Rebel Alliance. So I'm just here, and I'm ready to celebrate Star Wars. Real Star Wars. Orthodox Star Wars Day. That's right. It's Orthodox Star Wars Day, everybody, because it was on May 25th, 1977 that the original Star Wars came out, and it didn't have A New Hope until later releases. It wasn't even known as Episode 4 until later releases. It was simply known as Star Wars, telling the story about a young farm boy, a moisture farmer, on the planet Tatooine who wanted to join his friends because of everything that was happening on in his galaxy, in and around his galaxy. And of course, you meet the scruffy nerf herder, Han Solo, who flies the fastest hunk of junk in the entire galaxy, and he shoots first. I don't care what anyone says. He shoots first. Then you meet the very cunning and very clever Princess Leia, who is able to handle things on her own. She doesn't need Luke and Han, but she welcomes their assistance, even if Luke is a little short to be a stormtrooper. Of course, our first characters we're introduced to are C-3PO and R2-D2, and we also meet Old Ben, Obi Wan Kenobie.
Obi Wan Kenobie. Obi Wan. Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
So, what I have done is, unfortunately, I do not have the original theatrical cut of the movie. The unaltered, unspecialized edition, unspecialized, specialized edition. I wish I did. I wish we all had a copy of that in our hands so we could watch it as it originally was back in 1977. But I do have a copy of Star Wars that we are going to watch today. And if you would like to join the panel, just let me know. And yes, this is also open to Stealth as Optional members as well. But I think today I can open it up to anyone who wants to join. Just let me know in the chat. And as soon as I see that there are folks ready and waiting to go, I know Wolverine's there. And again, sorry, Wolvie, it is not the original cut of Star Wars. Like I said, I wish it were. I wish it were. But today, we don't acknowledge May the 4th in any way, shape, or form. Because that's a Disney corporate thing. We acknowledge May 25th, the real Star Wars Day, the authentic Star Wars Day, George Lucas's Star Wars. 6 films, many books, many games, and many countless stories told throughout a galaxy far, far away. And it is good to see you this morning, Wolvie. And Wolvie says, no worries. And Jet Sparks says, I'm out and about, but I'll join you. Yep, just let me know when you're back, brother, so I can send you the invite. But if everyone who is here is ready, just give me a thumbs up and I'll go ahead and start the movie. And of course, if you want to come on the panel, you're more than welcome to. I'll send you the invite. Wolvie, I know how to get in contact with you, so it won't be a big deal if you're available. And we can get it underway. So I'll just... All right. You're coming in soon. I can wait. I can wait before I start the movie because I want to make sure everybody who wishes to watch and come on to the panel gets that opportunity. Wolvie's ready to go. So make sure you do it in 12 parsecs, Padawannabe. And you know what? I think I'm just going to go ahead and send out some invites. So check your inboxes in either Discord or on X for the invites. You see. Let's go ahead. Wolvie, if you have the time, I've sent you the invite on Discord. And let me just check. And Jet Sparks, check over on X here in a few moments. I'll send you the invite over there. And let me see. Pat, you know where to find the invite link, so no worries there. And let me see. Why isn't Jet Sparks coming up? There. All right, there you go. So Jet Sparks, when you're able to, I put it in X. Not a problem, Movie, not a problem. So, you know what, Pat? I'm gonna go ahead and start the movie because I don't know how long Wolvie has, and we're gonna go ahead and get underway in 5, 4, 3, two, one. And of course, those of us who saw this originally as a theatrical version before A New Hope was added and Episode 4 was added to it, we can pinpoint where the extras were placed and where they, you know, definitely George decided, I'm going to add this, I'm going to add that. No problem, Jet. It's there for you if you want to join. So, how's everybody's weekend been? Greetings, low spec. If you'd like to watch the movie, the Cosme link is there in the chat on the YouTube side. And I've just pinned it to the top. I'll be honest, I was almost thinking of having this be a double feature where we watch Rogue One and then Star Wars, but I thought, nah. Let's watch Star Wars by itself. Now, unfortunately, low spec, this is not the original theatrical version. And for those of you over on Rumble, I'm going to go ahead and pin the Cosme link over there. So if you do say anything, I will make sure I don't pin it in such a way that I don't see it. But I've also included the link to Evie Mux if anyone wants to join the panel. I'll do that over on the Rumble side too. And this movie was pretty ambitious for its time, but I just love the introduction of Vader coming up here. Coming in through all that smoke. You don't know anything about him, but you know he's a badass. First time we see Princess Leia, played by the late Carrie Fisher. Things are not going well for the rebels. Have any of you heard the original cuts of the movie before they had a James Earl Jones voiceover with David Prowse saying the lines in the suit? Sure about that 3PO? I think those laser blasts would make me get into an escape pod. Oh, sure, it's plenty safe. Of course, it took a year and a half, almost 2 years, before any toys were released for the movie, but George was smart, not just handing over the rights, not to a toy company, not to 20th Century Fox. Tree Rock, welcome. Although I wonder, should Baron and Cash be C3PO and R2D2 respectively, with Cash being C3PO and Baron being R2D2? No, but in all honesty, Barrett and Cash had family obligations today, so that's why they're not here. A long journey through the desert. And Pata, welcome to the Cosme side. DJ, welcome, brother. Shane, good to see you, brother. If anybody would like to hop on the panel, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to go ahead and put the invite on the YouTube side for anybody who wishes to join. Just behave yourself. No, DJ. This isn't Star Trek 5. Always good to see you, Shane. Always good to see you too, DJ. That's right. Orthodox Star Wars Day. Yeah, for Star Trek 5 was Nimbus 3 and do you prefer the night shift over the day shift, brother? Just let me know when you're ready to come in, Pat. Yeah, that is a lot nicer. Pat, it looks like he might be ready.
Yay.
How you doing, Pat?
Good. Star Wars.
Real
So
Star
happy.
Wars Day. Orthodox
happy.
Star Wars Day.
The way it was meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it was his idea to change it doesn't mean it's right.
Yep. It's just a shame that we can't get an official DVD and Blu-ray release of the theatrical
Of
cut
the
as it
original,
was.
yeah.
Yeah, every other Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. So how's your weekend been, Pata?
Oh, good. Just building up for this, I been working a lot. I wanted to try and do something today, but I was like, well, if you can't do anything, at least be involved in something.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big day. It's fun. And not everybody celebrates May the 4th, but I do just because it's fun. But I
Yep.
understand the thing for everybody,
I get your point, but I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
traditional. Since
Yeah.
the movie came out on May 25th, that's when I celebrate it. It's just like for
Yeah.
Star Trek,
Yeah.
they have First Contact Day now. I still prefer to celebrate Star Trek on September 8th, since that's when the Man Trap first premiered.
That first contact day. That came along so much later though too. Well, I guess so did
Mhm.
May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. So late in the celebrating.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
you.
and I did try to get a copy low spec, but there were none available.
I'll have to check and see what one I have, but I think I do have the original on VHS still.
Mm.
Because I got it when I just don't remember if it's the fixed version. Because I got the one when they kind of recolorized it.
Yeah.
So, but then I have the digital remaster. So I'm assuming that first one is still more the original. I
Mhm.
just haven't watched it in so long. I don't know.
I mean, I still have original VHS recording that I did off the TV, but the quality is so poor by now.
Oh, and the TV, yeah. Wonder what commercials they got in it.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. And then the DVDs, they are definitely the changed ones that I have.
Yeah, and Low Spec says he got the 1080p, no DNR version of 4K 77.
Nice.
So, honest question. How many times have you watched this movie?
Oh god, dude. These it's hundreds. Cuz these like all 6 of these films I've watched falling asleep like for years. I mean, especially in like high school and college because I haven't built up my movie collection a lot yet. So I would always fall asleep to a film or something in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Just because late night television when we were kid was not very conducive to falling asleep. You know what I mean? And as fun as exciting as Star Wars is, these kind of scenes, these are very comforting for me having watched it so many times, It's just a nice background hum. But I've watched these movies so many times I can't even keep track, honestly. But it's definitely in the hundreds, each of these Star Wars films.
And for today, Lady Mist, I'm gonna call you Princess Lady Mist. I'm the scruffy nerf herder Pacific Forward 4. I hope you're having a good Sunday, Lady Mist. I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. And Reverend Cleophas James, how are you doing? Who asked what the hell is Orthodox Star Wars Day? Billy D8 never said nothing about that. Orthodox Star Wars Day is celebrating Star Wars on the day that it originally was released, May 25th. It's not celebrated on the corporate day of May the 4th. It's celebrating on its original release date.
Are you on X right now too, or is it just a 2?
I'm on X, Rumble, and
Okay.
YouTube right now.
Make sure I get all my likies. I like it. Me
I
like
appreciate
it.
that.
Me like it. Okay, there's that. Oh, that's Meg.
Hey, Gavstack, good to see you. Gabsap and the Reverend and Low Spec are all on Rumble. Of course, Low Spec's also on YouTube.
How come I can't find it?
I can't do it, but I'm sure somebody else can do that. Remake Attack of the Clones and make the clones Tesla robots. It's not going so bad. He's lying. Well, I know what it was, Gabstap and Reverend. My co-host Baron Norman Tag and I were talking one day, and we got to talking about Star Wars, and I got a message from a YouTube creator named Pops. And Pops, if you're listening, good to see you. If you're listening and lurking, brother. But I got a message from him asking, "Are you doing anything for the 25th?" And I got to thinking about it because I originally wasn't going to do anything for today. But then I, got to talking with Baron about it as I was thinking about it, and he said, "Why not do something for Orthodox Star Wars Day?"
And then he ran away on you.
Yeah, that is something that we will be talking about today too. Is the difference between real Star Wars, Orthodox Star Wars, and what we're getting now.
God, this ad is so long. Get on with it. I can't get to our show on Rumble.
I have no control over the length of the ads.
I
on
didn't
Rumble.
even know they could run an ad like this. It's like a movie. It's just a flashlight. I can't skip it or anything. I didn't know they had them that long. Is that even the right? Yeah, that's the right one.
My day
Wow.
is going well, Lady Mist. DJ Ronnie G says, "Happy Orthodox Star Wars Day, Lady Mist. I didn't feed the girls today, but I did fix their filter last night in the name of Pond Like Balance." Okay.
There we go. Okay. I think the old coot went crazy on sand.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. And Gabstep has a recommendation for you, Padawannabe. Use uBlock.
Oh, I probably can't do it right now. No, I don't have an operating system really.
All right.
But good to know. And that's probably why I'm getting these ads too all the time, is because my operating system's not doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just glad it's still operating. I'll take that.
And one thing that's interesting is one of the scenes that was removed was Luke looking through his binoculars and seeing, the
Oh,
fight.
the Star Destroyer up in space.
Mhm.
Yeah, I actually liked those cutscenes they had. It wasn't. I didn't think they were too long or anything, but considering the pacing of this film in the beginning,
Mhm.
it does make sense. But they weren't really distracting scenes or anything like that. I thought that, yeah, it just kind of added more to
Mhm.
it.
I wish we would get an extended version of the film that puts the cutscenes back into it. I'm not talking about like what Lucas did by adding Jabba the Hutt into this movie. I'm talking about, even taking the scene where Luke's looking through his binoculars and seeing the Star Destroyer attack in space. Put that
Yeah.
back in. Put his conversation with Biggs in.
Yeah, put all the deleted scenes in. Not the ones that were bad scenes, but the ones you cut for time or theme or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Losbeck wants to know from you, what was your operating system?
Oh, it was Windows 10, but like my computer, it's telling me that I can't perform diagnostics because my diagnostics is out of date. So I've tried to go to like the website and download the right stuff, but I can't figure out what I'm supposed to download necessarily. I've tried a few things. I've looked it up online and I've done like exactly what these other people say they're doing, and I can't get it to, like, I don't know. Do I have to, I mean, I'm assuming you download it and then you apply it or open it up and make it run, but I can't figure out how to get this thing to work. It's like I keep whatever I'm downloading doesn't seem to be what I'm supposed to be downloading.
Hey George, how you doing, George? Good to see you today.
Got lots of people popping in.
Hmm. If you'd like to watch the movie, you can hit the Cosby link that's posted at the top of the chat.
But yeah, Gabstat, when I turn my computer on, it warms up and then it tells me that my diagnostics is out of date. Like, that's the message I get. It tells me to go to the website and download the right one. But
Yeah, that's how Chaos Rare and I sound some days on Pop Talk.
Oh. Excuse me. God darn it.
I can't blame you there, Lospec, especially with all the issues Microsoft creates with each and every update.
Okay. That is something I noticed in this film. I'm sure everybody did, but there's that split second with the Tusken with the the stick over his head. And then you can see that the film like reverses
Mm-hmm.
just a tad. That is something that I've noticed. I thought maybe was just like a fluke, but it seems to be
Mm-hmm.
such a regular occurrence in movies. I've seen it so many times, but seeing this movie like gave me that visual cue.
And GabStep has a recommendation for you to try on your computer.
Oh, okay. Hmm. I'm gonna screenshot this so I can keep this on there.
Here, I'll just copy and paste it into the private chat for you.
Okay, I got a screenshot of it too, because I don't want to try this now while I'm doing while we're doing something. It'll shut the whole thing down on me. Whole thing's gone to hell in a handbasket. Tell me, young Luke.
Alec Guinness was perfectly casted as Obi-Wan.
Have you heard of the tale of Darth Plagueis? Ever since I tried to smuggle out your kid's sister.
After I had a battle with your father.
Yep. And I have to admit, when I was a kid, and the action figure was named Ben Obi Wan Kenobie,
Mm-hmm.
I started kind of having a personal conundrum with Star Wars names. I was like, how could he be Ben Obi-Wan? Where do you get the Obi-Wan? Why isn't it Luke something or other? Why is it just Luke Skywalker and he gets a cool name?
Mm-hmm.
And then I got confused over that Jedi names. Like, were the names their birth names, or are they given Jedi names? That's what I always wondered about that too. Like Anakin they called him Anakin, but was Obi-Wan Kenobi, you know what I mean? Because there's so
was
many.
Was he always Obi-Wan Kenobie, or once he joined?
Yeah, was he something? Because I always wondered if because they have the apostrophes in so many names. So when I was a kid, I was like, oh, maybe it's some like knighting ceremony name. That's almost a better explanation than what we got for some of the stuff now, huh?
Mm-hmm. I mean, at least when George Lucas was writing this, he was thinking things through, and there were people saying, well, what if you add this and that?
Mm-hmm. See, that was the thing I love about George Lucas, is he was willing to, like, he could have somebody go, I'm not really sure what I want to do, give me some ideas. And he's okay with other people introducing a look or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where a lot of people are like, nope, I do it. Nobody else does it.
I still believe that he should have had somebody, or more than one person, say to him when it came to the Phantom Menace, no, George, you don't want to do that.
Which part did he not want to do?
I mean, well, let's start with Jar Jar.
Oh, well. I mean,
George, you sure you want to do that?
Misa, so sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not against Ahmed Best. Ahmed Best read lines of the material he was given. I just think they could have done something different with the character of Jar Jar.
Well, Star Wars has always had comedic timing, and it's for children. Yeah. After all, it is for children.
Oh, all right, George. All right.
The Force.
Jedi Master Jetsbox.
Great. Hello there.
So how's your weekend been going, brother?
I've been better. It could be better. Yes, I got some specifics I don't really want to get into, but I know I'm looking forward to something. I'm looking forward to something upcoming, actually.
What's that?
There's an air show going on in Tennessee. I went there a couple years ago. It's to see those beautiful bastards on the wall there. It's the Blue Angels.
Yeah. I know it's the Blue Angels.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Because I remember a couple of years ago when you had gone, how you had a good time at that air show, and
yeah. But
I could do that for you, Wolby.
But happy Orthodox Star Wars Day.
Happy Orthodox Star Wars Day to you as well, brother. Wolby, check your Discord. If he wants to be.
You just gotta love the sheer scale of all the Imperial ships.
I mean, have you ever seen any of the photos of the models?
Yes.
The Cosby link is where you can watch the movie Gabstep, and if you want to hop on the panel, there's the link.
The casting here is interesting. Like everybody's always given guff over the princesses, officers, and her militias, like older. But it's like with with all these guys here, man, the casting is like nailed. And it's probably the same group of people that they pulled from. Because these guys look perfect for what they're supposed to represent.
Yes.
I mean, the voice, even the voices, the delivery, everything's so good.
Well, Peter Cushing was perfectly casted as Grand Moff Tarkin.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just wonder what some of these gentlemen are thinking. They're like, so how'd shooting go today? Oh, there was a giant costumed figure on set. I have no idea what's happening. I've never seen this before in all my years of theater.
But you gotta love respect for those. I mean, a lot of these actors are British and they have backgrounds in theater.
Oh, yes, exactly. It always surprises me when you get such a big name in movies like that. And it's like, but they want to do it. That it's one consistency throughout cinema. Big stars like to be in stuff that's not normal. You know?
Yeah, at the time, this was not normal.
You don't have to worry about being on the webcam, Gabstep. I'm not even using my webcam at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
But I understand if you don't want to come on if you don't feel comfortable.
That's optional.
Torn apart.
Mm-hmm. The remains of Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru.
Yep. Too horrifying to see. But it's also kind of ironic how like Robot Chicken actually dramatized those events before this happened in a more comedic fashion. And that was the perfect way how you parried it.
And that's perfectly all right. Not everybody's comfortable being on a live stream. And hello to Sci-Fi Mombi. It says, howdy Pacific, the pet I want to be, JetSparks. Lady Miss. If you'd like to watch the movie, the Cosme link is pinned to the top of the chat. And if you want to hop on the panel, the EVMux link is also in the chat.
And that's what I absolutely love about this. It's a tale as old as time, the classic hero's journey.
Mm-hmm. Something we don't get anymore. No worries, Sci-Fi Mombi. I appreciate you stopping by and leaving a like. I'll make sure to do the same for you.
I think you might see a bit of a resurgence based on something I'm working on. And here's where we see the effects of the
Special edition.
Yep.
I mean, again, for any of us that have seen the original theatrical version, we know where the special edition scenes were added.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I still like that big animal though, the Ronto or something.
Mm-hmm.
I still like that thing. The droid's so funny. It's just so still.
You gotta love that with a Jedi.
Yeah. They're susceptible to the ways of the Jedi.
Republic credits will do fine.
No, they won't. Right, only money.
Your Jedi mind tricks do not work on me.
I am a Targaryen.
Oh my gosh.
I have seen the troops. Have you guys seen the troops? Or it's a play on cops, yet it's stormtroopers, and they're on Tatooine.
Oh, I haven't seen it. It's just called The Troops.
Yeah, it's just called Troops.
Okay, I'll look that up.
Okay, that sounds interesting to watch. That'd be funny.
I'll bring it up after the movie.
Okay, I won't write it down then.
You won't believe what the music that the Bith band in the canteen is actually playing. Technically, this is called. Well, this is gonna get a little crude, but it's called Jizz apparently.
Haha.
And yep.
It's But it's a play on jazz. It's like
Yeah.
space jazz is what they were trying for.
Yeah, it's
that
based
other
on
one wasn't even a thing back then, okay?
Yeah, it wasn't. It really wasn't until someone made it like
They were calling it all kinds of other stuff.
But you really gotta love how someone you
So
could just dance.
funny.
You could dance like a complete.
Oh man, I'm beat. I jizzed all night.
All right, Cash and Baron, you gotta wait outside.
Up, Dr. Evazan and Panda. What's up, Panda? Oh, what's up, Evazan? Duros, one of my favorite Star Wars species, classic outer space aliens. And there's a Deveronian there in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Ithorian, the most peaceful species in Star Wars.
Oh, this is Orthodox Star Wars Day. We need to call these characters what they were originally called. That's Walrus Face. That was Hammerhead.
He doesn't like you.
That's Pig Face.
Exact. They didn't have like
I don't like you either.
species names yet.
We wanted men. The death sentence in 12 systems. Hey, pig nose, back off. Oop! Eh? Oh! G-Pond, I don't know how you can still keep designing with no drawing arm. I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to let you go. Dragon!
This Jedi business, nothing to see here.
Go back to your drinks.
You sure about that, Luke? You got knocked back pretty hard.
Hey, do back. I'm surprised why this song's not played either more often.
Mm-hmm.
I
like this one.
This is way too happy. The Aluminium Falcon.
What the hell's an aluminum falcon?
I know Bear would say, I'm not a droid. I'm Chewbacca.
I can't do a good impression.
Bear does a good one.
Oh.
Just an old man and a young boy, huh?
And droids. Don't forget the droids.
Oh.
Republic Dietaries.
Obi-Wan's like, hold on. It's the art of negotiation. Art of the deal.
You didn't negotiate, you just threw money at him.
The old man did it.
Well, that's what happens when you cut a dude's arm off and don't even leave.
Yeah.
Just walk to the other side of the room. Did you just call him a puta? I think I heard something
I got Jabba's money. Too late. You should have paid him when you had the chance. Oh yeah. By the way, did you know Greedo was melted down and it was rented down and turned into drinks that they served at this cantina?
Soylent Greedo.
Yeah, Silent Greedo is Rodian. Soylent Greedo is Rodian.
That's so gross. They're humanoids. It's humanoids.
Tell Jabba he may only take your ship. Your body.
Come on. Just get it over with.
I'll bet you have. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Han shot only. Han shot only.
Yes, we know. He shot only.
I'm shouting McClunky. Shenanigans.
Yeah.
Guys, it's kind of funny. They actually show a Trandoshan in that scene, and it's a short one. So when we see Bosk in Empire, it's like, wow, he's so cool. Like you forget about this other one. I guess that was the runt of the litter. Well, maybe alcohol stunts Trandoshan growth.
Maybe.
It's just a darn shame that looked like such a beautiful planet when we saw what it looked like in the prequels and other forms of Star Wars media. And all the 2 billion people that got vaporized into dust about 3 hours ago. Oh, snap!
Guys, these movies have such a great history and great actors and actresses. They should have asked Natalie Portman to be in Star Wars at some point.
Oh my god, we're not going there. Oh my god.
Oh, Pata.
Oh my god, seriously, that guy. I'm getting so annoyed. I'm so annoyed by Taco Watutu.
Past annoyed, that guy. He needs a Valium. Like bad. He needs a Valium bad.
I don't even know what a Valium even is.
It'll calm him down. Taika often reminds me of like over the top.
Hey, look, Lucille
Ball. Like when Lucille Ball was losing her shit, that's what Taika reminds me of.
Oh yeah. Ugh. Look at that slimy piece of worm-laden filth.
It looks way more like the toy though. Wouldn't he leave tracks? All that sand.
Yeah.
I actually like this line where he's like, "You're a great human being." I thought that was funny.
Well, that's because Jabba originally was a human being.
Yeah. I thought it fits in. It just like fits with Han's comedy. Oh, this sounds good. He just keeps saying Dookie over and over.
Oh boy. Oh wait, hey look, it's Greedo's brother.
And also Boba Fett.
Boba
we
Fett
actually
was
don't.
Cool.
He was still cool in the original trilogy, but we don't actually meet him until Empire Strikes Back.
And when do we actually hear his name? You don't hear his name until. Do we even hear it in Empire Strikes Back?
Wait, whose name? Sorry.
Do they even say Boba Fett's name in Empire? No, I think they don't say it until
I think Jedi. It was only in the animated short that they did.
Yeah, that's right.
I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, please somebody correct me.
Because I was trying to think of it. I'm like, gosh, I think the first time we find out who he is in Return of the Jedi when Han's like, Boba Fett, Where? Boba Fett? Where is he? Yeah, I can't remember them actually.
Where is he?
Because Vader doesn't say his name in Empire, and you definitely don't see it in this because he's not really in it.
Oh, hey, there's a random ship taking off, guys.
I
What
know.
do we do?
That scene, it's the shoot. It's like, wait, do you know how much laser blasts cost? Don't shoot at it.
But all the motion camera work for the models that paid way for future movies like Alien and Star Trek movies.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Independence Day, just to name a few.
Yeah.
Now, maybe you guys can help me figure this one out too. I saw a mention somewhere saying like the light speed travel was kind of like wanted to be showcased in this movie and not so much in the other ones. And I was like, oh, that kind of is an interesting point. Because I think this is the only movie where we see them while they're in hyperspace. Because a lot of the other movies, we see ships go into hyperspace, like see them take off, but we don't. How many more times do we see active hyperspace travel?
Not that many.
Or is it just in that one spot?
I'd have to go back through all the movies.
I know, it was very interesting. I was like, oh, I never thought of that. That's a good point. They did show it in Skeleton Crew again, but that's not Orthodox Star Wars.
Orthodox Star Wars, I'll be honest with you. It's 6 original movies under George Lucas. It's the games under Lucas Arts. And it's the expanded universe.
Battle of Endor and I forget.
And yes, even the Christmas special.
Yay.
Is part of Orthodox.
Oops. Fire when ready. Oh, you don't expect us to go all the way over there.
Oh god. Yeah. This really shows that Tarkin really was the most evil Imperial officer of them all. Next to Darth Vader.
Oh, I'm sorry, Princess. Did you fall for my ruse? Psych.
and all. Well, they dead. They all dead.
Daddy.
Yeah, unfortunately, nobody survived.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking
Gina Carano survived.
I was thinking my father, my mother, and the other 2 billion people on all stars who were vaporized into dust just no less than 3 hours ago.
But they weren't even your real family. What are you? Jeez.
Well, she grew up with them, so clearly
I know.
Whatever.
I had a feeling I never quite fit in with them. No. Oh, what do you got the kid playing with laser swords now? Come on.
Yep. Playing a game of Hollow Chess too.
That is so cool.
Only K2 droids do you need to worry about. R2's not going to let the Wookiee win. That is not R2 style at all.
Let the Wookiee win. The next time you see Vader, let him win.
I actually would like to have one of those remotes as like a knick-knack in my house.
I don't know, with one of those remotes and the reflectors on it, might make a nice disco ball.
Give me the little probe thing there. Make it a Wi-Fi router for me.
or use a Garn droid as a portable generator, which that's already. But then again, that's what a Garn droid's purpose is anyway. It serves as a portable generator.
I'll get a whole house generator and build it like a gonk droid.
Gonk.
Oh, so you're not a believer, Han?
Well, the blasters I can't see.
Let's use the boy as bait. I'll show you.
No, I can't see. Use your imagination, numbskull.
He's like, well, I'm using my imagination, but I still can't see.
Oh my god, that other Skid Row chick was so funny. I could never stop laughing at that.
I got my butt.
Could be worse to get hit in the balls.
Oh. But you said this was on stun. Ooh,
Nope.
That stings. Ow, that stings.
I told you it was on sting, not stun.
Oh. Then we got a special setting. Quit being a bitch. No. Good. Feel the power and you're growing.
And Rough Girl stopped by over on the X side. Good to see you,
Okay.
Rough Girl.
Okay. Yeah. Are you sure? Are we sure you're not a Sith Lord? Pacific.
No, there's a YouTube creator by the name of Rough Girl. She stopped by over on X.
No, I'm sorry. I think I'm interpreting. Wait, honestly, I don't even know who the heck made that voice.
Yeah. Oh, there's a base. A space station.
Excuse me, old man, but this is the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. Convoy.
I also gotta love the sound the TIE fighters make. That weird screaming sound it makes.
It's like an old school hairdryer.
But then again, when Yoda yells, it sounds just like him.
Ah! I can't believe I just did that.
That's what that button does, Han. He just did it. That's a long ass tractor beam.
Mm-hmm. No, Obi Wan. I'm gonna use my blaster. I'm gonna go in there blasting.
Giant space ball.
But yeah, the effects work that this movie paved way for future movies.
Yeah,
Outstanding.
and
Those
yeah,
two
and yeah,
dudes got stuck with graveyard shift.
but I'm pretty sure, of course, everyone's mouse droid.
Oh, be right back.
Sometimes I don't understand how the star systems work. Is there actually a star nearby, but we don't see any stars?
Mm-hmm.
And is Alderaan the only planet in the system?
Or are there other planets in the system?
Yeah, that's the one that they never explain. The only planet that feels like it's a part of a system is Mustafar, but it's like the moon of a gas giant, and yet they retcon that with having a planet that's the complete opposite. Mustafar is hot and scorching like Haiti and Earth, and then you got Nur, which is basically nothing but an ocean planet, which is the exact opposite. That's just very odd.
Mm-hmm. Check under the floors, guys.
Who follows him?
And nobody else heard those shots. Now I'm gonna ask you both a question, and this is also a question for everybody who's watching, listening, lurking right now. Which character do you prefer Harrison Ford as? Han Solo or Indiana Jones?
Honestly, I think I'm gonna say Indiana Jones.
Now, to be honest, the movie I first saw him in was Raiders of the Lost Ark. Then I saw Star Wars. So I'm partial to Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Plus, I think Harrison Ford would rather play Indiana Jones multiple times rather than So he doesn't we all know he hates the character of Han Solo.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. Han works for himself.
Yeah.
We need the money, Han. It wasn't meant to be. Or as in the Family Guy version, ah, shit.
Yeah, though that and Robot Chicken are how you perfectly parody this franchise. That's how you do it.
Mhm. And the fact that George Lucas gave Seth MacFarlane permission to do the Family Guy version.
I think even Seth Green got to go. Seth Green and his guys got to go to Skywalker Ranch. Ooh,
Uh,
I absolutely love this movie.
it's still great.
Huh?
Mm.
That's basically Vader saying, "Stay out of this."
Yeah.
Yep.
I got this. Oh, darn, I missed it. Everything's fine here.
Everything's fine. How are you?
I had to go get my
And then he's like,
Alderanian.
"Why did I even say that?"
I know. I always like the look on his face after he says it. He's like, God.
And here goes Lady Mist.
Yep. And this is exactly why she's an outlet for how you make a good female character. That moment, that scene right there.
They shot my hair.
Yeah, Slays Balls, Princess Vespa.
Ah, flirting.
Yeah.
The Yahoo. Give it to me. Yeah. What an incredible smell you've discovered. I love it.
You idiot. It's worse.
Yep.
No, maybe it's not that bad.
It's bad. I don't want to be.
Who threw that down there? Who threw that thing down there?
That creature is the result of eating Taco Bell.
It's a trash monster. It's a trash panda.
Ugh.
So this, they say this is a Dianoga here, right? I guess that's what this is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember fighting one in Shadows of the Empire on Empire Strikes or the N64. What was that? Dash.
You fight him in
Rendar?
Dark Forces.
Oh, Dark Forces also? I didn't ever get to play that one. Those gurgle sounds are great.
Yeah, but it's one of those generic. It's one of those generic sounds that's even used. I think it was even used in Dexter's Laboratory in a lot of
Probably
in a lot of other
it's
shows.
like a slime or a fart or
no, it's like a weird. Yeah, it's like that. Some sort of disgusting slime or
a squelch
or gurgle. Yeah. Hey, the series tagline. I got a bad feeling about this. Not
just Star Wars. Everything George Lucas writes. I got a bad feeling about this. Oh, they're about to be squished.
Oh, let's see it.
Look, oh man, it was.
It
Oh man,
stuttered on me.
yeah, it stuttered on me too. Oh man, yeah, I wanted to say don't. Was that a reshot?
That'd have been great though if somebody hits him next. He's like, "Ha, rookie." No.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody needs to do
Low
a parody of those
bridge.
scenes.
That's what you get for being tall.
Oh my gosh.
That trooper's like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. He'll pay me enough.
Yeah. You see the energon cube coming out of the wall there, Pacific?
No.
Oh, R2's hiding it now. Little data cube popping out of the wall. Can droids forget?
Apparently C-3PO can.
I mean, he's had his memory wiped so many times. I think he got called for being a little slow.
That's funny.
Slicing in. Ah, too close. Oh my god. Stupid machine.
My cursed metal bounty. It's so funny.
And Obi-Wan's just casually walking through.
Don't mind me. I'm just North Jedi walking around.
Stealth is optional.
Yes.
Are you kidding? If it were me, I'd be going, "Hey guys, what's up?"
Yeah, but I think it's more fun to be stealthy. That means when you do knock them out or try to screw them, it's funny. I love doing it in Ghost of Tsushima, and of course clearing those bandit camps in Horizon Zero Dawn.
Okay, and I have to give credit in The Mandalorian when they have a similar scene like this and they just give us all the things. Like, there's not even guardrails on this thing. It's like I could fall to my death. I love it. Worshipfulness could not have been on paper.
Yeah. That's totally, look at
There's no way.
Finally, 2 whole trillions. I don't say a damn word. There was that chick who called me a walking carpet.
No, Bob, I don't know what's going on. Quit asking.
Yeah, they only use TK numbers, but now they have. What about V? What about VT? What about other operating numbers? They just only go with just TK only, I guess, in the newer stuff. Apparently.
Yep.
Well, when the Empire actually gets established, things changed. They couldn't use any old info anymore. No way.
No, they already were. I think by that time, I think they already were established.
In this one, yeah. But like the TK, I remember because like in Rebels and stuff, or not Rebel, but Clone Wars, they have the different.
Yeah, they had CT. Yeah, they had CT as in Clone Trooper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And here's me. Time to ramble it.
That's another technical edit there.
I've seen that face with you playing Doom. I've heard similar attack patterns coming from your streams there in Pacific.
Yeah. I'm not gonna deny it.
Oh shit! Back up!
I mean, especially with playing Rise of Ronin, it's like back up.
Oh yeah, that one. You're like, okay, gotta regroup. I went too hard.
Although I'm having fun playing that new Doom game, Doom: The Dark Ages.
I'm actually able to play that on cloud. I jumped in it the other night. I was like, oh, this is actually pretty cool. So fast.
Mm-hmm. The Wilhelm scream.
Wilhelm, yep. God, what kind of grip strength you got to be able to hold on to that little cord?
Yeah. Yeah, and especially the high tension cable is very sturdy, given how very thin it is.
You need like one of those handle clamps for the wire. Batman.
I'm Skywalker man.
It's skipping on me too again. Oh boy.
Did you see that? That was the Force.
That was the Force, Batman. I can't really do the Joker laugh.
Guys still want an remote control R2D2 or something.
I wish I still had my original Star Wars figures.
Yeah. I'm happy with my remakes though.
Yeah, but I still like to get stuff where you can roleplay like a lightsaber. I actually got I think you already know well enough. I got one. I want to get another one that's in red. But those props are so expensive though.
Yeah, they are. They're getting increasingly expensive.
Go high quality plastic, guys. Telescoping. That's what I got.
No, I think the one I got from Ultra Sabers is like the one I got from Ultra Sabers is it's anodized aluminum.
Oh, nice.
I think at the time when I got it, it was like maybe like 100 or something.
Mm-hmm. Lightsaber I got it on clearance at Target several years ago, and it was $138.
Yeah, but like I said, the one I got it's a stun saber. It doesn't have any light. It doesn't have any light up or sound. Just you click it on, it comes on. That's all it does.
Parry.
Thrust. Good.
Really? That's okay? No.
Well, it'll be fine if he rambles it. Just go out there blasting.
And and there he sees Luke. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And he becomes one with the Force.
He did his job. He's buying them time to get off the station.
My time has passed.
Where'd he go?
Sad face.
Oh, he just watched Obi Wan die. I'd have a sad face too.
That guy you just met. No.
Oh yeah, probably. I forgot. I actually have like a Millennium Falcon keychain on my keys.
Oh yeah, me too. I have one.
Yeah,
My
nice
stepdaughters got me one. I was so happy. I was like, oh.
Yeah, it was something really nice. My mom got me too. I could never part with that thing.
It's a quote unquote bottle opener, but it's not really.
Oh.
It bends way too easy to actually be used, but I like it because it's a real low profile keychain. Like it doesn't make a big bump in my pocket. They let me have fun. It's cute. Get my little tchotchkes.
Yeah, I have a Darth Vader keychain. And a Stormtrooper keychain.
There you go.
You gotta love. I really do like the TIE Fighter pilot's armor. I really do like that.
We never did get these first 3 movies in real video game form. I mean, they made video games, but you're not playing the movie.
Yeah. I mean, what about that Star Wars? What about that Star Wars trilogy arcade game? I remember that. You have to play all the battles. Yavin 4, the Death Star, Hoth, and even you have a final boss battle against Darth Vader. It's so cool. I remember playing that in the arcades a long time ago. Back when arcades were mostly still a thing. I think there might be one of the Galloping Ghost arcade up in Chicago. But you know how expensive those things are to maintain. They don't make the parts of the boards anymore. But you can't get them off the secondhand market.
Yeah. I mean, Lego tries, but it's close.
But you know what's interesting is, that previous scene, George Lucas based it off of old World War II footage.
Yes.
Yep.
That's why I was so blown away when Attack of the Clones came out with that same idea. Like he wanted real looking war footage. And I just thought that whole Geonosis stuff looked awesome the way he did. Like it looked like you were flying in a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Doing ground assaults and all this. That's shaky cam and the zooms. And It wasn't very Star. I was like, this isn't real Star Wars in the idea, but it looks awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say that. But also, I still think the best scene in Attack of the Clones is, of course, the Petronaki Arena scene with all the Jedi fighting all the battle droids.
Yeah.
That was the most epic scene in the whole series. That was the most epic scene of the whole trilogy. Next to
Nerds
probably
unite. Yeah, that's iconic. Look at all the colors of lightsabers.
and Samuel L. Jackson just wanted a purple lightsaber because he just wanted a purple lightsaber.
He's cool.
Yeah, and when Samuel L. Jackson wants a purple lightsaber, George
You give
Lucas
it to
says,
him.
Okay.
Well, lightsabers are green or blue.
Yeah, but I want a purple one. Okay.
Mother. You know who the F I am?
This party's over.
That's the fan cut of any of the prequels. Don't you know who the F I am? I'm Mace effing Windu.
Yeah, but I think lore wise, people come up with the reason why he has a purple lightsaber is that he has it's actually powered with a crystal from his home planet.
Yep.
From his home planet of Harun Kal.
Yes. It's dark side energy.
Yep. And that's why I like the idea. I still like the idea of lightsabers having a set color and not some that they're all clear. You have to
variate, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'd rather have them already be a set color that you just imbue the force inside. You just collect one, imbue your force energy inside of it, and then you put it in and make your saber. But also you got like the Sith are either using other types of red crystals or they synthetically make them.
It's kind of both, I think.
I know.
I think some of them had synthetic ones, which
others were natural red crystals they found that, but actually they're more compatible with the dark side.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do like about it. I actually saw a video where they talked about the science of all the planets in Star Wars, and the reason why I know Yavin is a moon of because Yavin itself is essentially like a red dwarf, is like a brown dwarf gas giant. It's bigger than Jupiter, but not as dense to be a star. But since if Yavin has like other moons around it, and since it already has a moon with an atmosphere, basically Yavin should be scorching hot because it's a jungle. It should be scorching hot, and all the tidal forces should cause a lot of internal heating inside Yavin Force core.
It's hot and wet. That's horrible when you're in a jungle, but it's great when you're with a lady.
I don't like you already, pal. So what R2's thinking with that astromech droid. But that's a cool looking like color scheme, like just white and black. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
Apparently a Danish guy put it in there and nobody noticed. But I think by in-canon reason why the exhaust port is there, because since the reactor's so massive, it probably needs that to expel all the energy.
It would have to vent.
Yes, exactly. People think, but again, I think that's just a weird. People, I mean, again, the fact they had to retcon that in Rogue One just sounds kind of weird. I mean, it is a pretty big size, and they need to.
Well, I mean, there are things that they retcon in Rogue One that don't make sense if you're watching this film, especially when Vader gets on board the cruiser and says, "Where are those transmissions you intercepted?" When we see that in Rogue One, they're handed a data disk with the Death Star plans, and
I think Leia also put that in there. I think that disc in R2, I think.
I mean, I'll be honest. Rogue One is the better Star Wars movie of all the ones that Disney's
Oh
produced.
yeah. Oh
In a
yeah.
way, yes.
But it does create some continuity errors.
Yes, it does. And I mean, you could say that that's a lot. That's a lot of things. I mean, heck, even the prequels probably create a lot of plot holes too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it does. Well, it creates a lot of things, whether they become problems. It creates a lot of things that you need to make sense. Like we're gonna have a
Mhm.
bunch of different ships. We're gonna have a bunch of different planets. We're gonna have a bunch of different colored lightsabers now. The colored lightsabers? I thought it was just green and blue. Wow,
Exactly.
Sam.
I mean, I don't understand why anyone would walk around with a fuchsia lightsaber, like a pink lightsaber or anything. It makes no sense. I could see you could doing that as like a joke for like a parody fan film, but not for like the actual continuity of the.
Yeah, Pink 5.
I remember that fan film. That was so good. I don't know what happened to that, but it was originally on like Adam Films.
It's
That
so
video
hard to find even now.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos that were on like Adam Films that are hard to find now.
Well, it was on the internet, like before we had internet. I remember
Yeah,
watching
it was,
mine
yeah.
on like the Verizon online network.
Yeah. I think Adam Films was the YouTube before YouTube was a thing. It was one of the first. It was one of the first video sharing sites before YouTube was a thing. Ironically enough,
I thought they were super smart with that. They tied it in so well. It's like you're just right behind all the action, you know.
An old gamer with the Force choke says the biggest plot hole is why they screwed the sequel trilogy up so bad. They had no plan. They had no plan.
Yeah, they didn't have a plan. I mean, George Lucas gave them, here's my idea. You got a plan here? Boom. Yeah. We're gonna do what we want to do. So bye, George.
Well,
but I said bye.
They did have a plan. Every person they brought in didn't like the old plan though. They're like, nah, I don't like that. I want a new one.
Yeah, they just want to create their own thing. Everyone just wants to use Star Wars as like creating their own little passion project or whatever.
Because regardless of what we think of the sequel trilogy, if they stay with one idea, it's gonna be better than it was. Would we still accept it? I don't know, but it would have been better. They would have had a plan, that instead of going, oh, we changed it up again. Oh, we're rewriting this whole damn thing.
Yeah, because Cat doesn't like it.
And to bring context to what Old Gamer is quoting is George Lucas was in that interview, and he said he sold his property to white slavers.
Yep.
Yep. You see, the first 6, that's my Star Wars.
Yep. Exactly, which is why I only give more credence to those films.
I love that particular interview. Is so funny to me. His wife's like at the desk next to him, and the whole time I'm thinking she's reading the script. She's like, "You better keep your ass on script, George." I'm looking at it right here.
George is like, nope.
Oh boy, but the whole problem is that we already know that Porkins
is great.
Porkins
going down.
I can't hold it.
The gravitational pull is too great.
Yeah, but that's kind of the whole point. Though.
Is anybody else experiencing turbulence? Nope, just you, Porkins.
People can easily use some of those things for some more risque jokes that people can make about some of the dialogue. But again, the X-Wings are the most iconic spaceship design in cinema history. In fact, I think in fiction in general, I would gladly like to fly an X-Wing always.
Yeah. Well, that's what I liked about playing the 2015 Battlefront game, is flying the X-Wing.
That's why I really got hooked on those Rogue Squadron games on that N64.
Yeah.
All those flight simulators.
I think I remember playing the PC version a long time ago.
And even they had PS2, they had Jedi Starfighter. That was actually a pretty good game too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep, he is the GOAT.
Everybody's a red leader. Or original red 3. Ooh. You can't eject, you're in space.
That's all right. He's gonna send Indiana Jones on a quest. Don't worry.
It's the same actor. Yeah, one of the government agents. Yeah, that's the same actor who played Fortune. Yeah.
Tell me everything you know about this Ark of the Covenant.
Or the Ark of the Covenant was skeptic. That's exactly what I mean. There's 6 incoming. Oh yeah, who's the man? Who's the man? Who's the man? Oh man, I absolutely love how they seamlessly made that one with Independence Day. It is so good.
I don't know.
Yeah, the editing in that version was so seamlessly done.
But I want to thank Olds Gamer real quick. Let me just get a clip. You know what? I'm gonna play an appropriate clip for it today.
Oh, we should pause the movie.
It's not the usual. No, we're gonna keep going with the movie.
Okay.
It's not the
Not that
usual
long.
members gifted clip, but we're going with this one today. This is from Old Gamer 72 Cutlass, who gifted a membership to Anonymous.
You may fire when ready.
So,
Thank you very much for gifting that membership.
Correct me if I'm wrong. In the new Top Gun movie, do they not also try to bomb an exhaust port?
I'm not going to spoil that. I'm not going to spoil that movie.
Oh.
But we are going to have it as a future watch party.
Oh, I thought you did already.
I
thought you did
already.
already.
I really want to see
fault.
that.
I did it as a watch party in my Discord.
Oh, is
for
that what
Top
it was?
Gun
Okay.
Maverick.
That's
but
what it was.
I've never done one on Pop Talk for Top Gun Maverick. Of course, the original Top Gun when Val Kilmer passed away back in April.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that gift of membership, Old Gamer. And Old Gamer says it's in honor of Porkins.
I do want to get one of these new Lego TIE Fighter helmets. The TIE Fighter pilot, or not the TIE Fighter pilot. They just introduced the AT-AT driver, I guess. The TIE Fighter pilot is cool. I do want it, but it's like $500 now.
Jeez.
It's ridiculous. It really is.
I think that Star Wars girl cosplayed as Jaina Solo with her purple lightsaber and the X-wing pilot flight suit.
I think she did that for her calendar.
Yeah, her calendar a few years ago. Yeah. I mean, we really got. I wish I had like a pilot flight suit and like a prop helmet and mask.
I have underoos flight suit. Got the t-shirt with the control panel on it.
Nice.
And look who's piloting the TIE Interceptor.
Yep. I don't think that's the Interceptor. I think it's his own version of TIE Fighter.
He's had a chance to modify his ship.
Yeah. The TIE Interceptor is the one that's more jagged looking.
It's got the wings that look like that have the lasers on the points. Yeah. The TIE Interceptor was the only TIE fighter I ever got to own as a kid.
Yeah, and honestly, it looks better than the standard TIE fighter. The TIE Silencer or the one that has like the 3 intersecting points on it. That one just looked a little too odd to me. And also, you have the TIE Bomber in Empire Strikes Back.
That's why I buy Lego now, everyone. It's a lot cheaper to get these ships.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to display them, too. Oh, no.
Oh, ooh.
Porkins, and now that guy? Oh, man.
They're dropping like flies, man.
Game over, man. Game over.
All right. Sir, we got it. They're dropping like flies. We're losing them. All right, get them out of there. All right, Roger lives. This isn't happening fast enough. Get them out of there. Huh? What? Oh, yeah. Oh man, I love Independence Day too.
Fox 2.
And that ship too. Turbo lasers.
Weird. A crop duster from the middle of nowhere defeats the giant spaceship. Hey, yes. Boys, I'm back.
Yeah, originally they were gonna use the biplane, but yeah, that was too silly. I still can't believe they actually had the balls to actually shoot that originally.
Sorry, I suck.
Big.
God, the music just top notch.
Yep.
John Williams, the master.
Get your heart beating in the right spots, ups and downs, and I'm on the leader. The force is strong with this one.
Luke. I think even Powerpuff Girls parodied this scene.
No!
Not R2.
Whoa, man, they just shot the top of my fro off.
You're quoting the Family Guy version.
Oh, hell no.
What's wrong with this one? do now. I do now. What?
Oh,
What? Ooh.
Try spinning.
Hey.
Try spinning. That's a good trick.
I think I'm going to be sick. I wonder if Vader actually threw up in his helmet. And Tarkin is dead.
Bye-bye.
I really love the wave it makes compared to the original. That's the one. That's the one change. One of the many changes. One of the few changes of the special editions I do like.
Lens flare.
I hate lens flares. They put too many of those in the mask green mask.
I am going to be sick.
Where is that doggy bag? Going to vomit. Oh, gonna vomit. So bad. Oh, man. He took a blaster right to the face. So sad. Gosh, she is so short. I mean, Harisson Ford is a pretty tall dude.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, Mark Hamill, not too tall. He's more normal. Probably like a 5'8", 5'9", I think.
I think it's 5'9".
But gosh, yeah.
Well, I think I'm
Carrie
probably
Fisher
about.
is so short.
I'm probably about as tall as Tom Cruise is. But I'm accepting the fact that I'm short as hell.
Speaking of Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, I liked it.
I just watched
thought
a
it was
couple
good.
of those movies yesterday. I want to see that. I gotta watch the first one again though. It's Dead Reckoning 2, right?
Yeah, it's Dead Reckoning 2, but they call it The Final Reckoning.
Final Reckoning, okay.
I still hate that Chewie did not get a medal.
Chewie's like, "Where's mine?"
And they just put it on him like a headband. There's no way it would fit. They just like put it in his paw. There you go. Everybody's laughing, but R2's pissed. He wants a medal. Like, I'm the one that got shot.
Where's my medal?
Purple Heart over here.
I took a laser blast for this guy.
Exactly. I'm the only one that got hurt. Oh, Luke's got matching boots now. You have taken your first steps into a larger world.
Amazon asks, "Did you like Star Wars: A New Hope?" Let me think here. Let me think. Did I like Star Wars: A New Hope? I don't know. I just don't know.
It's weird to me. One of the streaming networks I have, there isn't a way to like the shows.
I know.
And I'm like, how does it know what I want and what I don't want? And I was like, maybe they don't have enough stuff.
Yeah, and that's the exact same thing with Netflix and whatnot. But I mean, it's crazy that there's so many like streaming services now, and heck, I think like I'm hearing word that
there's too many.
Yeah, there are too many. I mean, the only one that's good and because it's free and there's a lot of great stuff on there is Tubi. To me, it's Tubi.
Yeah, it's because they have a good variety of TV shows, good variety of movies. Exactly. And what's funny, and I think you were about to bring it up, Jet, is Max is going back to being called HBO Max.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, really, technically, here's the only thing is, like, I know Warner Brothers, they have an amazing library, but again, it just seems so much easier just to license out their movies to streaming services like Netflix and Tubi. I mean, heck, they put a few of their EU movies on Tubi, like Justice League, Aquaman, a few months back, and I think there are some movies that have pretty much become like a permanent addition on Tubi, but again, it's just like there's a lot. I mean, but again, there's a lot of amazing stuff.
But Tubi is taking steps for sure. I can't remember who it is exactly, but there's there's a comedian or somebody that they did a series, and they're like, we're putting it on Tubi.
Yeah,
like they're starting to do what Netflix did.
Yeah, and the same thing applies. I think earlier in the year, I think they put like the last Super Bowl. They streamed the last Super Bowl on Tubi.
Oh, see, sports. That's where it's at, man.
Yeah, and the same thing applies.
That's gonna get you an audience.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Also, yeah, I know some select football games are also on Amazon Prime. So again, you could already make a deal because let's be honest here, traditional cable is essentially dead. It's dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'd only go on Paramount Plus just to watch the old Nickelodeon library of shows and stuff on there. But outside of that, there's really nothing on Paramount Plus. I mean, some stuff used to be on Netflix, but the problem with like streaming is that everything can easily be censored now.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, yeah, I thought it was funny. What was I watching? I can't remember what it was, but it's a Disney movie or a Disney show.
Splash.
No, it has a curse word in it, and it's a relatively newer show. But then I watched it on streaming, and they edited the word, and I'm like, I don't understand that at all. Like, rating there's no point to it if you're just going to edit the movie.
Exactly, but I guess they keep thinking the idea, somehow kids are going to watch it.
Exactly. Disney is the most kid accessible thing, especially with parents. They are more familiar with what Disney offers than any of these other things, especially having grown up. So they're like, oh, I know at least 50 movies that my kids would be able to watch. I mean, honestly, when you think of Disney, it's like what comes to mind instantly is insane. You know, I mean, in anybody, whatever, if you like live action or the musicals or the anime, whatever it is, there's just a full library. So I get why but it's disheartening for me. Like, oh, so I have to buy it now to get an original cut?
Yeah,
that's what's weird.
Yeah, they don't like anyone because everything to them now, anything in its original form is problematic to these people now, and that's the problem. I mean, but physical media, it's hard. Some of those physical media, it's hard to find nowadays.
I was gonna say it's getting harder and harder to get the physical Blu-ray or DVD release because a lot of stores are either shrinking their Blu-ray DVD movie section, or they're getting rid of it altogether.
And they're probably just throwing all the ones they haven't sold out in the trash.
Walmart's the only place I see that has been, other than like your grocery stores. Grocery stores still always have them, but I'm not shopping at a grocery store for movies unless it's in the bin. I'm not paying $30 for a DVD.
Yeah, I know. I've seen
their prices are insane.
I've seen like how you got like movies that have like all set. Like I've seen like a Trimmers collection, like or like a double feature box set for like DVDs for films and whatnot. So
I'll get those cheap.
I mean, on Amazon, I've been able to find. I haven't purchased them yet, but I've been able to find some DVD season sets of shows like Taxi, for example, for a very good price.
And I mean, personally, I know people will say this, but I like with one movie that I absolutely hold near and dear to my heart is Studio Ghibli's Kiki's Delivery Service. I know people will say about, the versions we have now are the ones that are like the restored version where you have like the original Japanese, like opening and closing songs. And I know, but still it's in English, but some things are edited out. But I know Disney did add certain things in their original cut that they released back in 1998, and I think the last version of that was released on DVD back in 2003. But that DVD is hard to track down. I mean, I found a version out there that I downloaded.
Mhm.
The thing is, it is like the original Disney dub with all the songs and everything, but the text is all still in Japanese.
Oh.
Now, real quick for everybody who's still over on the Cosme side, I was going to show that Cops parody Troops.
Yes.
Okay, let's see it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit play.
Oops.
I wonder if I've seen this.
Hang on, I accidentally closed it out. Sorry.
That's all right.
Come on, load.
Utini.
Gonk.
This is hilarious.
That's still loading for me. I'm sorry.
Somebody needs to do another one of these. They could do such a new updated version. It'd be so good.
All right. Well, I can't like.
This is great.
It's still loading for me. Could you tell? Okay. I could just see it and look at it later.
Oh, mine loaded. Mine had a problem loading in the beginning. I just jumped out and went back in, and it started playing for me.
That's what you have to do sometimes with Cosme.
I missed the whole starting crawl because I was like, shouldn't it be loading?
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know. I missed the crawl because I was out walking. I went to go grab me some ice cream.
Most people. How'd Cash get in this? That's what we know. Everybody. I'm talking to you.
Oh wait, is this Troopers 1997?
Mr. Friend. Oh, good. Belocephalus. Okay, this trooper is like got a Canadian New York thing going on.
He's a Midwestern stormtrooper.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Here, creeping in there. Houdini! Oh, dang! Oh, shit. Yep, shut it off. Shut it off. Oh, man.
Wasn't that one stormtrooper a little short?
Domestic disturbance. Hey, got the faces blurred. That's awesome. Oh my gosh. See, why can't a stormtrooper tell a woman to calm down?
Never tell a woman to calm down. That's the last thing you want to say.
I did not. Oh, this is great. I love it. Maybe. Oh my gosh. Sure you are.
Still can't get it. I tried to find it on YouTube, but oh well. I actually saw. Yeah, they blurred out.
Here, I'm gonna
No,
put
no,
the
no,
link
no.
to this in the private chat so you can watch it.
All right, hang on. Let me scroll down all the way.
There you go.
Ah, they really stepped in the poodoo here.
That's the voodoo.
Like a bantha. It's- oh my gosh. And that's how they died.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. These people. Duke.
But that was a cops parody.
Oh man, that was great.
Troops.
I have not seen that before.
Gary.
Yeah, me neither. But again, I really like the touch that they actually did add the old cops theme song in there.
yeah, it works. It works, but what else would you like to talk about today for Star Wars Day?
Yeah, well, me personally, I've always been kind of more of the like expanded universe type of guy. I mean, I just like how some of the things have essentially branched out from the movies, and there are a lot of good Star Wars books, and I actually have a few of them. Particularly, my favorite ones are, of course, like the Darth Bane trilogy by Drew Karpyshyn, and of course, you have Darth Plagueis by James Luceno.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Paddle?
Trying to think of the books here. Let's see. Well, first off, I will say about the books and the movies. If you are somebody who has just watched the movies and might have had a similar thought process like I did, like, oh, the books are the movies. And when episode 1 came out, I bought one of the hardbacks because they had those variation covers. So I got the Darth Maul one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And the books are the movies, but it's like the original script, more or less.
yeah,
when I
this
read
novelization, yeah,
when I read episode 1, they actually start you off with the pod race that they only mention in the film. So you get the first pod race that would have made the film too expensive at that point. And they didn't want to start off with a pod race and all that stuff. So I encourage people to read the book, the novelizations, just to kind of get a little bit more, especially if the film's what you love, because the books are not different than the films. They are the film with the things they couldn't put in there.
yeah, with more added stuff, exactly.
So I thought it was pretty good, especially like I'm a huge expanded universe fan too. I love the continuity and just the progression through it all. And regardless of what George said, I've heard he likes it and he doesn't and whatever.
Yeah,
and even now they say, well, George didn't have final say on that, and he didn't. But there was some thing that the writers were doing that they wanted to stay congruent. People can say whatever they want to if there was meetings and and all this stuff, but for a long time, EU was, for all, for lack of a better, it was perfect.
Yeah,
all intents and purposes, it was, the Star Wars universe.
Yes,
it was George's larger view, and I thought everything was done great. Because there's always that controversy of how he felt Luke should have progressed after and with Mara and all that stuff. But I thought it was all done really well. And even still today, I see a lot of, yes, Disney's changed it, but it's still there. Like the prints are still there. Inquisitors were the hand of the Emperor. You know what I mean?
But they didn't all have these. They didn't have all these weird spinning lightsabers.
Yeah, they weren't a fraternity like they are now.
Exactly. They were just like
just assassins and like what Asajj Ventress was.
Like in darn, the one that Kyle Katarn was in, like forget that one. So it was something. Not the Jedi Academy games, the other one where it was like they used like
what, Dark Forces?
Yeah, Dark Forces, the one where they use like the full motion videos, and like Q, and like we have like Jedi Q Ron and Inquisitor Jarek. One of those characters that I think he was a part of a Star Wars species that technically are human, that are mostly human, that mostly look human, but they have the problem is they have no eyes.
Oh. That's a problem.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They compensate with that by being force sensitive. Yes.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Old Gamer 72 Cutlass is bringing up the Dark Horse Vader comics. Now, I have heard that they were very good. I never got a chance to read them.
Yes, but I think it's still. But I think again, this is like stuff that tries to go in line with the new Disney canon, where the idea of like Like I think like Palpatine explains why Sith have red lightsabers. They simply just say you just take a Jedi's lightsaber, you just take their crystal and put a lot of pain in it and make it bleed. Essentially,
You corrupt it, yeah. See, and
yeah,
I still like that idea.
It is an interesting idea. It is an interesting idea, but it makes you wonder. I mean, again, they still try to go it in line because they try to push the idea that Dooku's curved lightsaber, that he's always had it. He's always had that curved lightsaber. But I think in some sources that he actually, before he fell to the dark side, he had he had more of a green lightsaber.
Well, I think they all change because like Mace Windu's lightsaber that he has in Revenge of the Sith is not the one I have. I have Mace Windu's lightsaber, but it's the Attack of the Clones one. You know, like I have a lot of the sabers from that one. The only ones that really don't change are Obi Wan's and Anakin's. Theirs tend to stay pretty darn close. But these were the first lightsabers we saw. You know, so they've kind of kept them congruent through all the films. Because I mean, when I started seeing more lightsabers, Luke's lightsaber looked very fragile compared to some of the other hilts that you start getting introduced to.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, yeah, like Luke's lightsaber when he builds and like
It's very filament looking.
Yeah, the one that he got from Return of the Jedi. It's more. I think it's more. I think it looks more in line with Obi-Wan's lightsaber from
yes
from Revenge of the Sith, and the one he carried ever since then, because the one he had in Attack of the Clones looked very similar to the one that he had in the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, and then they give, because Obi-Wan has that knob like on the end of his hilt for a long time.
that weird like silver and black pommel he has.
Exactly. And I'm like, well, that kind of makes sense because the way Obi-Wan would spin his saber, he needed that extra kind of attachment there, where Anakin has the wrist dexterity, you know, and we see it in their fighting forms. Anakin slings, I mean, Hayden Christensen can handle a stick like it's nunchucks. I mean, the guy can whip that thing around. It's just amazing.
And, but when he becomes Darth Vader, it's close. I mean, basically, Darth Vader's lightsaber when he gets his brand new one and it's red, it's closer to the Padawan lightsaber he had, and the and to the one he had during the Clone Wars.
Oh, and that makes sense. You don't think Palpatine took that lightsaber at some point? He's like, ooh, the young one's first lightsaber. New Sith artifact.
Yeah, and the thing is, he actually had a lot of lightsabers hidden in a lot of the trophies and Sith treasures he had in his office. He had a couple of those.
He just let Grievous play with them.
Another fine addition to my collection.
I am going to add this to my collection.
Look at this terrible things to your lungs.
See, even that thing that they did, since we're kind of doing continuity and EU, what Genndy Tartakovsky did with that 2D introduction right into Revenge of the Sith, and how they actually show how Grievous becomes both this gigantic feared enemy of the Republic, and then you get to see how he gets kind of handicapped there at the end.
He's coughing. Yeah, because we already know that Grievous was already an organic being before he was converted into a cyborg. So the only thing that's really left of Grievous because he was a Khaleesi general in his home world and fighting against a species of bugs called the Huck. Yes. And Dooku and their guys. But technically, Grievous was actually around. He was actually watching the battle in the Petronaki Arena in episode 2. He was there, and sure, he took his first lightsaber from one Jedi that got left behind apparently, and just killed her and took her lightsaber.
You know, Grievous is crawling around on his 6 legs during the aftermath, just collecting souvenirs. He's like, oh, yes, precious.
I will add
Yeah.
this to my collection.
Yeah, but this is like before like Windu crushes his chest plate in that Genndy Tartakovsky's
Yes,
Star Wars
yes.
Clone Wars
Yeah.
short. Yeah.
Well, I think they were waiting because when you start reading the Clone Wars books, Emperor Palpatine was actually using like, oh, I have a new general now. Let's wait for the right moment to really screw things up. You know, like they didn't just throw these people out there. Everybody had a purpose. Grievous has a purpose. Asajj has a purpose, you know, and they're not to win. It's, I need you to create static in this relationship.
Yes, with
You know?
with Anakin. Again,
Mhm.
Anakin's been the key to all of it for his plans for years.
I mean, Dooku was supposed to take out Obi Wan, and that didn't happen. And then Asajj,
poison.
that's kind of what Asajj's job is the entire Clone Wars series. She's just trying to take out Obi Wan. Anakin and Asajj barely ever even see each other.
Yeah, and it's the exact same thing that happens with Anakin and Grievous in Episode 3. Apparently,
they barely see each other too, yeah.
I know in the Dave Filoni Clone Wars show, they try to do everything possible to make it so that they never once ever interacted with each other.
To me, though, that makes sense because you're going off the idea, and we know a lot of these details are true in the universe. Like Palpatine is building Anakin up as the hero. So he's going to try and make sure, you know, he's going to guide him to certain battles. He's never going to let Anakin fight, you know, his generals because he doesn't want to lose his generals. Anakin can win all these other battles, and then these generals can make the other Jedi look inept. So Anakin's like, oh, the only Jedi that can do anything is Anakin? You know, that's kind of what Palpatine's trying to invoke.
Yep, and that's the whole thing. That's why it's really good because, again, Palpatine in the prequels, he's probably one of the most masterful villains because that's how it also gauged his rise of power. It's all careful manipulation that, of course, we also know from the Plagueis novel. Yeah, it was all part of Plagueis' plan. And again, Plagueis kills his master, Darth Tenebris, at the very start of the book with a mining accident on the Outer Rim planet of Boldemnik.
And I still need to read that book. And that is, do we now that since I can talk to somebody who has read it though. So I've always thought of Palpatine, Plagueis, he kills his master. I mean, that's what they do. But do we think he maybe killed his master a little too early?
No, I think again, he kills him essentially. This is right near the end of the book. It's pretty much up to the point of where the Phantom Menace is like it is also happening in parallel with the events of the Phantom Menace. And I mean, there's even a scene where Plagueis is actually watching Qui-Gon and Anakin from afar, and he has a vision of what he will soon becoming Darth Vader.
Because I have read those other, but like I read Cloak of Deception and I read Shadowhunter. I just haven't read Plagueis. So I've read the other ones that lead up to like episode 1. I was just wondering, like, was this a misstep with Palpatine? Like, did he kill his master a little too soon because he wanted the power? Should he have learned a little more?
No,
that's all I mean.
No,
you know,
it sounds like no. Palpatine already had a lot of political ambitions even before he met Plagueis.
And I don't think. I think he was on that route. Like his senatorial life was his normal life. I believe that. I do.
Yes, exactly. And of course, that's the whole reason why the rule of 2 is also really good because, again, Darth Bane set everything up. So, yeah, we can't just be these evil conquerors. We have to be integrated into the galaxy. We have to be financiers, architects, people who are influential. And we slowly are whittling down the Republic and using our influence to cloud the Jedi and kill them if necessary to keep our existence hidden. And that's what you notice. That's what you see a lot in the Bane trilogy books.
The way they built that up, like with the Sith academies after the Sith Wars and things like that, I thought that was just really well done.
Yeah,
he
and
was like the outcast, similar to like a Luke story, like
yeah,
the one who does the research and tries harder than the normal students is the one who gets cast out.
And
Because it's
again,
like, I'll show you.
yes, especially. And again, there's two other things. One, the planet is called Korriban. It's called Korriban, not Moraban as the new canon calls it.
Yeah.
Which I
well,
don't.
that almost makes me like I could believe that too. Like the Empire knows what the planet is. Let's rename it so people who don't know what's going on won't think we're bad. Like I can sell that's a propaganda kind of thing to me too. It's like I could believe that.
Did they actually? Did they actually explain that, or is it just something that a Disney?
No, they explain it like what you are aware of. Like they just kind of wanted to change it, I think. But I kind of looked at it like, oh, it works. You can do that because that's what a government would do. Like, oh, we just overthrew our enemy nation. Now we rule them, so we're gonna rename it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what was that? Constantinople. Kind of that thing. Like it used to be something else new, and now it's called New Amsterdam. I mean, so
I think no wait, is Constantinople is where the capital of Turkey is, or Istanbul.
No, yeah, but you know what I mean. Like they can, if there's a big battle, and then it's like, oh, if this, like, if we were to overthrow a certain numerical named leader in a certain country, I think we might change some of the names.
Well, I know. Well, I don't know how. Well, I would prefer to being called Korriban, and that's just how it is to me.
That was the original name, though. Yes.
Yes, that was the original band. But I just figured Disney just changed it for arbitrary reasons because they didn't.
Yes, I agree with what you're saying. I think they just did it to do it.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. But yeah, it's a planet that is bathed and has a massive history with the Sith. And that Korriban is where the dark Jedi that followed Ajunta Paul. That's where they landed. And again, the Sith were like these red skinned species that were the natives of the planet. They conquered them. Some of them became Sith. Some of them became Sith warriors and Sith lords. And again, that's mostly where it all came down. I mean, again, they were basically enslaved by the original Dark Jedi. Well, after their defeat during the 100-Year Darkness.
And I want to say, like, Coruscant was just a main hub. It's a dark side planet, from what I'm gathering, though, because there was Sith temples on the planet.
Yes, and the one where the Jedi Temple is, there's a Sith shrine right under that. I'm pretty sure that also is what helped Palpatine cloud the Jedi. They would have fenced him.
I love this whole idea. Like you could see that's where the EU's cool because it's like, oh, there's more to it. This is like Shandor from Ghostbusters kind of stuff.
Yes,
you know what I mean. Like they're just building it up, and people aren't even aware of what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I like. I do like the idea of like expanding upon things that are not really explained a lot more in books. That's what I like. That's why I like enriching and in delving into the expanded lore of series like Star Wars, like Mass Effect, which I need to get my hands on those books.
Yeah, I hear those are good too.
Yeah,
but even like with this, like the expansion of the ideas, that is what I did like about Andor, because they explain how the Empire was doing an energy program, and they were like, oh, and then we also have a mining facility that we're doing here, and this is going on here, but it was all like, what do they call them? Those hidden agenda companies.
Yeah,
mirror companies or whatever, shell companies.
I mean, it's fine you spoil it because I didn't really care to watch Andor, and I don't see why, because I still to this day I don't understand why we need a series about this guy. Cassian Andor.
We know what happens to Cassian Andor in Rogue One, but Cash says that season 1 was pretty good. I'm hearing mixed reactions on season 2.
It's pretty decent. I will say Andor is the star of this. Andor scenes with every other character are great. Not always Star Wars, because there's a lot of they're talking behind the scenes, and we're dealing with Mon Mothma, and this is not spaceship time, right? That we're dealing with in Andor so much. This is groundwork this is stealth is optional kind of shit. You know what I mean? In Andor, it's very much the bottom. Because they are not the rebels yet. Only like Saw Gerrera, he's the blatant rebel that there is.
Yeah, and I know Saw Gerrera was like he was introduced in the Clone Wars show, and now he's like a major part of the Star Wars mythos, leading during the time when people in the Empire were starting to rebel against the Empire.
But Andor is just too much real life, because I'm sure you guys have heard the controversial scene, and it's like, yeah, that's not Star Wars. It's like, I thought this was for kids.
Yeah, and I don't understand. And of course, that's the whole thing. I do not like. Look, unless your story is actually set on Earth, do not try to make a story with real world politics of our
again.
world.
This is supposed to be taking place in a galaxy far, far away.
Yes,
the politics would be completely different.
And then in Andor, they actually said shit, and I was like, really? You can't. I mean, it's so easy to make up a word. It's so easy.
Exactly. I mean, I think the word criff is basically, I don't understand. I'm not sure if this is a new one they did, like with the Mandalorians. I think I hear them say it once in the Jedi Survivor game. Dang ferric. Like, is that a new swear word they made up?
Dang ferric. That's a Mandalorian thing.
Oh.
They started using it in Mandalorian. Dank ferric.
Yeah, but I mean, but like I said, criff is basically like dropping an F-bomb in the Star Wars universe. Criff. I like the word.
Yeah.
Like, here's what I would rather say, like, for those, even though that thing is really stupid, but I mean, honestly, with the sequels, they should have just played everything safe and just adapted any post-Endor stories like the Swarm War. Heck, with all the stuff Disney has at its disposal, they could have basically used the Yuzong Vong, because fighting them made the Clone Wars look like fighting fighting them made the Clone Wars look like a picnic by comparison.
Depends on
real quick, I just want to say hello to Yana Aniwadi over on the Rumble side, and I also want to tell Jokey Jokes, I know you're a troll. I know what you're doing. And I'm going to say this, that you are one person who is not welcomed here. I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah,
I know what you've been trying to do to other channels. So you are not welcomed here.
Yeah, I think I've seen that name in a few spots.
They're a troll.
Well, that name, you just see that name and an instant question pops up. You're like, because that's a name that you would think that. I mean, for me, that name elicits a question mark right away, because I'm like, is this even real? It's too easy of a name to just have. I don't know. Maybe
you become familiar with people who are just trolls, just coming by streams to cause trouble.
And I know you don't mean a Phil McCracken troll.
No, I don't mean a Phil McCracken troll where we know Phil, we joke back and forth with Phil. No, I mean people that are purposely coming by streams to cause trouble.
Yeah, that's kind of a thing. It's kind of unavoidable. But I mean, you're at the point where people are gonna start doing that.
And I'm not afraid to address it. Some might say, Mike, you don't need to address it. I'm gonna let them know.
Sometimes my X stuff comes up, and sometimes I can't find it. Like, I haven't seen your thing on X at all. I can't get anything on there for some reason. And usually they come up.
X has been having a lot of problems lately.
Yeah, I can see that. I get a lot of can't retrieve your messages at this time.
Yeah, and I know. I think for some reason, I'm not sure if it's like, or it might be some issue with my phone or something, because I've also been seeing it try to type something on YouTube as well from time to time. It's like, you're trying to type something and the screen just keeps like disappearing, like it only pops up for like a split second and then it disappears again. It's like a weird thing. Might be, but then again, it might just be time for me to try to trade in my phone or something. I don't know.
Well, we all know we got Elon working hard. He can't always pay attention to the twit-twats.
Yes, but he has people in charge of the twitch who should be addressing the issues that X has been having lately, and they're not addressing it. They're not doing their job.
Elon's working on Doge.
Elon's working on Doge, and his people in charge are just fiddling their thumbs.
Yep. They're like, really? It's called X? They're like still there.
Again, I still prefer Twitter because it just seems a lot easier. But just changing things up just kind of seems changing things up.
We all like the little birds. They're so sweet, so cute. Tweet.
Oh gosh. Oh man.
Sorry, I'm an idiot.
You're among good company.
Dang. Oh man, I was gonna ask, like, what when you saw, because we got to grow up in the age of actual toys.
Mm-hmm.
Toys meant a different thing than they do now. It wasn't just like we saw commercials before we saw, because we didn't have Star Wars cartoons. Like there was other, we had
not until the later parts of the 80s did we start getting
honestly,
droids and Ewoks.
Star Wars could maybe be the only live action thing I've ever bought stuff for, because like there's a few other things, Star Trek and things like that, but like everything else I do is like He-Man was a cartoon, Transformers was a cartoon, all these things were cartoons. Star Wars has always been live action first.
Yeah,
but it's still had all that merchandising, you know.
Yeah,
what I mean?
All the merchandise, all the books.
Yep, it's a multimedia franchise now. But the same thing applies. I mean, the only other live action thing I've gotten stuff for was Power Rangers, and I remember having all the
that was live action. Okay, that although that was something different, because I do remember being a kid and watching like Ultraman and these things going, wow, this is a different type of thing.
Yeah,
you know, that was not American television. You knew, I didn't know what it was called. I just knew it wasn't American. That's not how we do our shooting. It looks different. The shots, the action, just the fact that they'd be willing to have dubbing on screen, like even we weren't as
and I think that was the version my dad showed me. He has like the dubbed Ultraman.
That was just so awesome.
He has a dubbed Ultraman show from the '66 on DVD, and Johnny Sokko and his flying robot. I mean, it's nice that I got to experience those old school tokusatsu shows.
The best is, I mean, that's why that Police Academy scene is so funny when he's doing the kung fu. He's like, hey, you guys, come over here. And his mouth's just fly. It doesn't even make sense. It's
that's how the old dubbing was.
I know.
That's how the old dubbing was.
It makes me laugh. They just move their mouth for like a minute and then it'll be like, huh.
What are you doing? Why are you over here?
It's so funny. Oh, that stuff to me, like hearing the Jackie Chan speak broken English. A lot of people say like, "Oh, that's kind of racist."
Speaking of Jackie Chan,
love it. I love it so much. I want to see that movie so bad.
I want to see the new Karate Kid movie.
Oh yeah, it looks interesting to watch.
Yeah.
I really want to see it. I saw the new clip where they show. I guess it's the latest trailer where they show Jackie Chan's character coming and speaking to Daniel. He's like, you will come to New York. He's like, I'm not coming to New York. He's like, I will see you in the Big Apple. I think it's a good way to bring it together. I think it's going to be a great wholesome film. And that young kid looks like a badass to me. From what I've seen him on the trailer, that dude looks like a great martial artist.
Yeah, a great young one. But the last movie, I think the most recent movie I've seen was the newest Final Destination movie.
Was he in that? Or that's just the newest movie you saw?
No. I'm just talking about Final Destination in general. We haven't seen a new one since like the last one, and like,
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay.
yeah, I know. And also, it's the last one Tony Todd was in before his passing, unfortunately. But I think I mean, even though it's still kind of flawed, but it's still really I think it really further brings the entirety of the Final Destination series full circle, like it did with the last, like the fifth film, with it being like a surprise prequel.
Mm-hmm. And Old Gamer says the holiday special from the 80s, the Boba Fett cartoon, to me has an Aeon Flux MTV cartoon style vibe.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they call that animation style, but it's almost like rough. Like like, you know, when they do Disney animation, they lay the pages over and they make it exact. This, like Heavy Metal, it's almost like a crude version of fine animation. It's very detailed, but the lines aren't perfectly straight, and it's just very artistic.
Yeah.
And good to see Brandon, the anime guy, who had his show yesterday. And thanks for stopping by on Orthodox Star Wars Day.
And those old cartoons, because you're going to do Heavy Metal soon for a watch party too.
Yeah. Heavy Metal is going to be next month. Heavy Metal and Blazing Saddles. And of course, next Sunday, you requested it, Padawannabe, and I said yes, we would do it. Wayne's World.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Dana Carvey's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the day after or the day before. I was like, oh, that'd be cool. You know, you guys mentioned something. I think it was a pop doc or a watch party. And I was like, hey, I wonder when, like, because anniversaries came up. And I was like, I wonder when Mike Myers' birthday is. And his had just passed. So Dana Carvey's was still kind of in the future. So I took a jab. But hey, who doesn't like Wayne's World? Come on.
Yeah, because for next month, we're watching Wayne's World next Sunday. And then later on in the month, and it'll be, I'm double checking the calendar real quick. It'll be on the 18th of next month where we're going to watch Blazing Saddles.
Well, the web
and the week before that, we're going to watch Heavy Metal.
Okay, I'm going to try and watch Blazing Saddles with you guys. I've never sat through it all the way. Some of those old comedies to me are just a little slower to get into, but I'm going to give it a shot.
And then the fourth watch party that we're going to have, we're going to watch the movie Nobody, because we watched the trailer for Nobody 2 the other day. And I mean, that had us laughing. So Cash is recommending Nobody. So we're going to give it a shot.
I can't believe that guy's career. Odenkirk? Oh my God, dude. I mean, he started off as like a Saturday Night Live writer. I mean, not that he started off, he did that for a really long time, but then he's a stand-up comedian. And then he had, what was it? Like The Show or something like that on HBO with that other guy. And I mean, that guy is just, and now he's doing an action movie. Let's wait till we get 50 and do an action movie. This is insane. What some of these guys can do now. I mean, honestly, I was going to mention it before. Can we believe that Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan are as old as they really are? When you look at that trailer and you go, Ralph Macchio's like 50 something.
I think he said he's 60, but the thing is, it's a weird gland disorder he has. But I know. Again, I mean, when he did the original Karate Kid, he was 18 years old at the time, and he was playing a 14-year-old.
Yeah, I always kind of joked with it. I was like, oh, they got Michael J. Fox syndrome, the old guy looking young forever, kind of. But we're in the generation now. We're starting to see it with everybody. I mean, all the younger generation. Look at Zac Efron, man. That dude's starting to get old, and it's like, I wish I could look like that dude when I was 40. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, but also look at James Marsden from
all of them.
the recent like Sonic the Hedgehog movies. I mean, you look at him, like the guy looks like the guy hasn't really
No,
the guy
yeah.
hasn't aged all that much since he did like the X-Men films.
He's matured. That's like all you just. Oh, he looks more experienced. Like he still has that boy. He's got a great smile. You know, the only thing I didn't really like about the Sonic movies is like, man, they're making the people too stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was the whole thing. I mean, I know there's one character you got like Commander Walters, and he's played by by one of those actors. You see him everywhere. And it's like, it's that guy. I mean, I keep forgetting the name of the actor, but you've seen him in a lot of like TV shows, and like you see this guy everywhere. It's that guy. And I think I recently saw he was also one of the government agents in like Josie and the Pussycats that was trying to use the
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, he was in that movie. He popped up. He was in a few episodes of The Outer Limits. He was in this other sci-fi show called First Wave. Yeah, this guy's had a very prolific career as being this like, you don't know this actor's name, but you kind of somewhat recognize his face, but you see him everywhere.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Yeah.
Real quick, guys, because even though it's celebrating Star Wars Day, I'm still going to do the weekend box office here on this Sunday.
Yeah.
And the totals are up.
Okay.
And honestly, it's not surprising the difference between Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible.
I would think Mission Impossible is destroying
it. Maybe in some markets, but
no. Lilo Stitch is doing better than. Well, I thought Lilo and Stitch looked pretty good. I thought it looked like it could do okay.
For this weekend, the 23rd to the 25th, Lilo and Stitch made $145.5 million domestically.
That's not too shabby, man.
No.
Wow.
And internationally, it made 158, but this also includes the total right here because of its release on Thursday nights, and so you see that grand total right there of 341 million. Now, I've heard a few things about this movie, and I've heard a few people say that it deviates from the original.
I have heard that. I've heard that there's a couple main characters. Well, whether they're main or not, they're frequented characters. Because a Disney movie, it's only got like maybe 10 characters in the whole kind of movie that you really focus around. And so I guess one of the security guy or the FBI agent or something isn't in this, and then one of the aliens, one of the main hunter aliens is not.
That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I'm a little surprised by the idea also that, again, I know that Disney they're gonna keep banking on the idea of remaking films, but apparently people still go out and watch them anyway.
Yeah, even after Snow White.
And I was gonna say, having seen the trailer too, I thought the casting. I haven't seen who the older sister is yet, but the casting for the young girl, I was like, wow, that's pretty damn good. Like she may not resemble her 100%,
like Lilo, yeah.
But the child, like in it, her bright eyes and just the youthful appearance of her, like she just looks like she wants to laugh and have fun. And I was just like, oh, that looks pretty good. But I've just seen Lilo and Stitch over the past couple months for the first time all the way through. I was kind of shocked. It seems like a rather shortish kind of movie. It's like, wow, she finds Stitch. He changed it pretty quick. Like he accepts that, so I was like, wow, this movie kind of happens a lot faster than I was thinking.
Yeah, I've never watched the original animated film, so I
Me
don't
neither.
have a frame of reference.
Me neither. I just don't understand why they just had the need to remake it. Like they remade a lot of other stuff, and they're
Well,
still
that's their plan
they're
right now.
yeah, and
That's their game plan.
they're still gonna keep coming down the pipe. There's like maybe
Yep.
like a few. There's like maybe like 3 or 4 original movies coming out. One of them is this Pixar film where this kid wants to get abducted by aliens.
That I saw the trailer for that, Jet Sparks, and that looks weird.
It kind of does.
That almost looks like the opposite. What was it? Mars Needs Moms or something like that. It almost seems like
that movie was absolutely terrible. And the same thing applies. I mean, they're gonna make a Frozen 3, a Incredibles 3, but Incredibles 2 did not stack up to the original. To the original.
It looked great though. Jeez. Movie's so good looking, but yeah, it just didn't bring the same feeling.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, I'm not surprised about the total for Mission Impossible. Mission Impossible movies have always done better internationally than they have domestically. The reason why they keep making them is because they, again, make more money overseas. So they are able to meet their budget. Now, granted, the last one, Dead Reckoning Part 1, only met its budget because of a lawsuit that Sundance won, so...
And honestly, they're still trying to get people in the seats.
Yeah.
I mean, Top Gun was an effort that got more people. This movie will get a few more people, but we're still not. Yeah. I mean, can we say we're even back to 50% of what we were doing?
No,
I can't even say that.
We're not. We're not, because even my local theater, they're not as packed as they used to be.
Yeah, I could say that, but I know I can probably tell they had like a bit. But the one in my town, they had a big push for like probably like Minecraft. I know they had like a pajama. They always had like pajama party premieres for kids who want to for like again they did it for Lilo Stitch earlier last week on Thursday, and of course they had, like I said, they had all the stuff for the Minecraft movie, which again I felt tempted to go see, but since I have no connection to Minecraft, I really just skipped out on it. But seeing all the clips and stuff, just like
I'll watch it when it comes to streaming for sure.
But no, I don't think even. I'd only probably watch that movie if I'm like drunk on something.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing I wanted to bring up here is look how many theaters Lilo and Stitch was in. 4,410 theaters. And then you take a look at what Mission Impossible was in. It was only in 3,857 theaters.
And this movie just came out. Did it get released early for weekend, or was it a more traditional?
The Thursday night premieres.
They did do it Thursday because of the holiday weekend and everything too, probably. So.
Well, not only that, they do the Thursday night premieres for new movies now.
Yeah.
Remember how they used to do the midnight showings, and then of course you have those unfortunate incidences when The Dark Knight Rises came out, and
yeah.
That's kind of my joke. It's like, oh, there hasn't been hype over a movie in the theater since that one.
The only time I've ever been to the only time I've ever been to a midnight screening was like last year for Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect for the day that it is. My first and only midnight screening was for episode 1.
Oh, nice.
I was lucky enough. My girlfriend just surprised me because she's like, I thought you were going to get tickets. I'm like, yeah, I wanted to, but I'm not. There's so many people. I said, I want to take my brother. And she managed to get midnight release opening night tickets. And we got to see it in Davis. So it was like total college town. Half the people are dressed up. Everybody got the lights. Everybody's hyped up. It was fun. You're thinking, I don't want to deal with the people, but man, that was worth it. One of the few gifts that girl got me that was so me. Because that definitely wasn't her thing. She did that for me. She's like, I gotta go do this. Not like she wanted to see the movie, but the opening night thing, that was more a me thing.
Yeah, I mean, I could remember going with my friends, being lined up opening night to go see movies. Yeah, now it's like, okay, is there an early showing?
Yeah, for real. I still though, episode 1, that pod racing scene, I still get when I watch it. I just get locked in. Just so good. Still get that same feeling. Even though they're the prequels, people, I liked them.
Well, from my point of view, because I vaguely remember seeing Return of the Jedi in the theater. So seeing The Phantom Menace when it came out in '99 in the theater was like, yeah, I like this. I like seeing a Star Wars movie in the theater, even though my sister and my mom said, "You saw Return of the Jedi?" I said, "Yeah, but I was 5 years old. I barely remember it."
Return of the Jedi is the one I do remember vividly seeing in the theater. I was so excited for Boba Fett. And well, we all know what happens.
Boba Fett? Boba Fett?
Where?
Is he even in the movie? Where?
Yeah, but I was like 8 years old and 11 years old respectively when I was 8 years old and 11 years old respectively when I went into I stood in line with my dad and my grandfather to watch Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. I remember first seeing first seeing like the Phantom Menace on VHS back in '99. I even had like a Duel of the Fates lunchbox as a kid.
God, I want to talk to my little brother now. I wonder what he thinks about all this. Because I definitely was his Star Wars influence. You know, like I took him to the movies. I was like, hey, have you seen Clone Wars yet, man? This is awesome. You know, I mean, all the games and everything that I had them, and I got to introduce all that stuff because I'm 15 years older than him. So when he's 10, I'm 25. That's pure gaming time for us, my man. You know what I mean? Like, as far as I'm concerned, he was a spoiled kid because it's like, oh, my big brother's got everything. But
hey, little bro, let me introduce you to this thing called Star Wars.
I'll have to talk to him about that and see what it was like because it wasn't as big of a thing. I mean, they still had all the toys and things like that, but it wasn't world changing like it was when we were little, you know. So and the outlook was totally different. You could love Star Wars and people wouldn't throw you in the dumpster.
No. Because everybody loves Star Wars. Our parents love Star Wars. Our parents were the ones that went and saw the movie if some of us weren't born yet.
Yeah, and Star Wars was a film that made people go watch it who may not have been into science fiction. But because of what this movie was doing and what you got to see on screen, having never been put on screen before, how many times do we have to say it? There was nothing like this before it.
No.
You know, so.
I mean, you see pictures and old video reels, I should say, of people just lined up around the movie theater, lined up for blocks to see this movie. This movie was out for over a year.
That was going to be my next point. And this was a time when movies would stay in the theater because you didn't get it. There was no home version. I don't even know if that was something that the video companies were even thinking of at the point. You know what I mean? Like that. Imagine the difference if there aren't movie sales for this and not toy sales. And it would almost be like a myth.
Imagine what would have happened if this movie had failed.
Oh, goodness. How big
they would have gotten
the
big blockbuster movies like Alien.
Yep.
You're like, dude, have you seen the version where the lightsabers look white? Oh my God, I just saw this. Be all underground copies of it and stuff. Oh, that'd be
and I know the thing is, again, I know there are VHS copies, but I probably bet they're very obscure and probably very rare and probably worth a lot of money now. If anybody still has those versions of those original, it was a remastered version, but these were the last. They said that these will be the last time you'll be able to see these movies in their original versions.
Yeah, before they cleaned them up.
Yeah,
because I have the cleaned up ones. And then I'm assuming they're the unaltered ones. I haven't watched them on my VCR forever because I have the black set of the videotapes. And then I have that digitally that gold set that they redid, that they made. And then of course I have, when they re-released it for DVD, I got that original trilogy set again because they released it with that extra disc of behind the scenes footage. And it's like, oh my God, I get to see more 20 years later.
and you know, you're mentioning the limited edition DVD release. The first limited edition DVD release, they had the original theatrical cuts on those DVDs.
I wonder if that's what I have then. I'm gonna have to watch these again. I have to admit, I do just kind of go to streaming to watch these because I don't have a DVD player hooked up. But I guess I could put it in the Xbox. That would work. I'll have to watch those again.
I've even looked to see if there was one that was, you know, reasonably priced for today, but all the prices, like, no,
That's insane.
Nope.
Yeah.
Star Wars is, and the scalping thing. People do it online and they sell it for so much. I just remember even 2 years ago, like, because I do the Lego collecting. There was lots of stuff you could find still online, and now it's so much. It's like, I know these are out there. This set shouldn't be that hard to find, or you find it and it's $175. It's like, no, dude.
It's like, no, I'm not paying that much for.
If I see that just makes me go, okay, I'm gonna go visit the Lego store, make a list of all the parts I need, and then I'll just buy it from scratch and build it that way. There's no way I'm gonna pay so much when I know I can get it for normal price. Might not have the box, but I don't care about I'm not that kind of collector. Although I do have Star Wars stuff in boxes. So
I have certain things in boxes that I like to keep in their box, and then other things it's like, no, I want to be able to pose this thing.
Yeah, some of the stuff for sure. It was like, okay, this will be box display, and then it's like, oh, but I want a bunch of these so I can have a outside the box display.
Yeah, but I mean, I know I have a few stuff that's on that shelf behind me over there. But the thing is that I know I did take some of this stuff out of the box. The only thing that I have that's still in the box is this like gold R2D2 Funko Pop that probably is not even worth. It's probably not even worth a lot because given the abundance of Funko Pops,
people love this.
Yeah, but
Funko
if
Pops,
it's a rare one, it might be worth something.
Yeah, I know. I still have it. I still have it completely sealed up.
I think Funko Pops are still cute and fun for the collectible idea. They just went so over the top with them. I mean, merchandising just
merchandising.
Where the real money the movie is made.
If it can be overdone, Funko shows you how it can be overdone.
Yep.
I mean, I love the little idea, but I like the action figure. Like, I want to be able to pose it and that kind of stuff. Like, take it out of the box when I got the Transformers. It's like, nope, those aren't staying in the box.
like Figma Arts figures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it comes with those little stands. Yeah.
Yeah. Some stuff was made just to come out. Like when I collected my, the prequel series action figures, the collection stays in the box, but I like the clones so much. It's like, oh, I bought dozens of extra clones that I could take out of the boxes,
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. People did do, shopping sprees where they would look for all the clones so they could have a way to build up their army.
The shopping spree is always my biggest regret.
Remember back in the day, you could actually afford to buy multiple figures, collectible figures or what have you.
Yeah, everybody will remember Toys R Us pre-episode 1 Star Wars figures release. I probably had $200 worth of figures. All the pre-cons, these weren't even the official figures that were gonna be released necessarily. A lot of and I remember seeing them and having them in my basket and going, they didn't even make that one. I can't believe I put all of it back. I was like, I can't spend $250 on this. Where will it stop? And I put all the stuff back. And I just, oh man, I wish I would have kept that. because I put off collecting, and then when episode 2 came out, all the stuff started coming forward. And I was like, I can't not collect it now. So I don't have as much episode 1 stuff, but that stuff was so cool. Like it even said on the packaging, like concept, on some of them, and it's like, I can't believe I put all that stuff back. Stuff that wasn't mass produced because they knew it was going to be gone by the next day,
Gentlemen, I'll be right back. Continue talking.
That was just so amazing. Have you ever done anything like that, Jet? Like any of those pre-sales? I'm sure you probably.
Well, again, I was very young when the prequels were coming out.
I was thinking even for like, have you stood in line to when you pre-bought a game or anything like that?
Well, I think I remember, but this was like, it was like I didn't go to the midnight launch of it, but I remember standing in line like before GameStop opened up during the day. And during back in 2012, that was the first time I ever like stood in line for a game. But it was,
I was gonna say probably like the Pokemon games or something, right? Like those were so popular.
No, I remember someone giving me like the Pokemon games as a kid. Like it was like I think I had both red and gold.
The early ones, the early ones, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing though. But like the 2012 was the year I graduated from high school, and again, it was the first year I was actually able to vote. But right after we went down to my granddad took me down to the polls after we did the polling down there, he took me over to GameStop, and I went and got my copy of Halo 4 and went there, and I got home and immediately started playing it.
Yeah, that was next level gaming for us at that age.
Yeah, but that was like a time when I was like still firmly in love with gaming. But now, as of late, it's kind of like falling off for me, and I'm just trying to focus on the things that I was so blown away by all this amazing stuff I grew up watching. Now I'm just trying to create my own stories now.
Well, I have all this stuff, and it's like, you know what? Maybe it's time to actually use it. You see those 40 games up there on that shelf? I think you only beat like 8 of them. I mean, there's so much, like, go back through my EU collection because there's so many books that I didn't get to finish. And you get in that collector mentality and you're like, oh, you go to the bookstore to get a specific book. And then you're like, oh, but I need this one and this one too. So like I have like some of the X-Wing books and some of the, iJedi series, there's many series that I need to complete and many spots in my timeline. So there's like, I read almost all of the episode 1, episode 2, episode 3 books, but I haven't, because I got into the reading so late in the game, so much original trilogy stuff that I still need to get through. I mean, there's just so much stuff. All the advantage, like I'm really interested to see what the Luke and Lando do after Return of the Jedi, because I guess Luke takes Lando. They're trying to find Jedi temples and artifacts and things like that. And I didn't know that there was that until maybe about a year. I was like, oh, that's what those books are. See, I just hadn't read them yet. But Lando is always a great character. I loved Lando, man. Again, a character not really in the movies very much, but just loved him.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, again, I'm probably sure in the expanded universe, he's an even better character in the EU. But I mean,
I think he would be. Go ahead.
But you got to hand it to Billy D. Williams, taking that character and making it his own. And nobody cooler than Lando.
And what was he doing at that? Really, was he doing like the Colt 45 commercials or something? Right? I mean, he was more of a contract actor. Like he probably had a contract with Paramount or Universal or somebody at the time, So that's just cool. I mean, to have a role like that.
I'm like Barrett. I would have loved to have seen him as Two-Face.
Oh yeah, to keep him in that.
That was a missed opportunity with, like, again, they replaced him with Tommy Lee Jones for forever.
See, and this race swapping isn't something that we go, oh, they're just race swapping. You can do it. I remember seeing that and go, oh,
you
he's
have to have the right actor.
he's
And
Billy D. Williams. I said,
yeah.
okay, I'm very interested to see how this goes. I already bought it. You know, there was no question in my mind. He's supposed to be a white guy. Yeah. I mean, it didn't even, again, I didn't read Batman comics, so it could have been a thing. I don't know. But like when they had introduced Sam Jackson as Nick Fury, I'm like, well, that's not Nick Fury, but Sam Jackson. Let's see what this dude's got.
And that's true though. I mean, personally, I would rather any of the characters I've created. I would expect them to try to cast actors that pretty much do match how they're described in the book. But of course, you have the people who say, "Oh no, the character was never like that. Was never like that in the book." Actually, that person was. And again, it's like the whole, like especially with Harry Potter, the whole race swapping thing. But I really just do not. And I'm saying this as a person who's black. You should keep the characters the way they were. Just cast the right actor for the role, and there you go. It's just that simple. That's what I'd rather see something if it's an adaptation. But if the character is not really described, yeah. But I know that there's always that sort of weird dichotomy and double-edged sword thing with the idea of a character is left up to the readers and maybe the people who are trying to adapt it. It's left up to their interpretation. But I would firmly just want to keep my characters the way they're described.
Yo, my dogs.
I can understand that. I mean, you know, if they describe, you know, a character having a certain complexion,
yes, and that's sometimes how I describe some of my characters. But I mean, it already gets you in your head. Like again, or I basically just say the characters like nationality, like they're American, they're American Japanese or something. Or again, my main character of my superhero story, I described him as being a kid with dark skin and having a mane of short dreadlocks. That's how I described him. And the same thing applies to love interest, being a girl with an olive complexion and a sweet row of teeth to show a smile. But the thing is, I also do go into her roots that she's American Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, yeah, her mother's American Japanese, but her father is purely Caucasian. And again, I still believe in the idea that I also believe in the idea of love knows no color.
Yeah, because it's true. Love has no bounds. There's no borders. There's nothing dividing two people that love each other.
I got a Star Wars fan question for us three.
Okay.
Give me your favorite space scene. And all because there's so many of them, but which one do you just like? I personally am so attracted to the asteroid fleeing scene in Empire.
Yeah. I was thinking about that one myself.
Always been such a fan of that scene,
especially how Han basically docks the Millennium Falcon onto that Star Destroyer. So
yeah, the beginning of them getting away. Yeah. So smooth. And the unveiling of Boba Fett's ship for the first time right there. I remember going, a ship can fly like that? You know, like straight on like that. And I'm like, oh, that starts making you think, oh, well, they're in space. There's no air, there's no friction, there's no drag. I was like, yeah. So it was just such a mind-blowing thing too. To see the Falcon flying like that, you're like, holy crap, dude, this ship is so big and this guy's handling it like a champ.
Yeah. I mean, the Slave One is one of the more unique Star Wars ships.
And then I guess I'd have to say my honorary mention would be the opening scene in Revenge of the Sith.
Definitely.
with
Yeah,
Obi-Wan
where
and
you see
Anakin.
Obi-Wan and Anakin and the Jedi
Ooh,
fighters,
that's so
and
good.
then you see the Republic ships battling
Yep.
the Separatist ships,
So
and
good. Oh, it's so
Yeah,
good.
the Arc 130 fighters. Yep, definitely.
So amazing. And even I liked how you don't get to see it because Clone Wars series wasn't out yet, but they're showing Anakin like show a little bit more affinity to the clones than the other Jedis, ever so slightly. I really liked that they built on the relationship that Anakin never thought of them as just troops.
oh,
You know,
one thing I liked is Return of the Jedi. You know, the Battle of Endor, where you see all those ships.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Also another top contender.
And even when they're flying through, like the TIE fighters are just coming at them. And
Yeah.
even though we can see the TIE fighters appearing because they can't do the depth graphics quite yet, it's like, God, dude, I've never seen so many ships. Like, it just the sense of being swarmed and overwhelmed just really hits you.
And
Yeah.
even when the Falcon's leading the Rebel fleet into the Death Star to destroy it.
Yeah, that whole scene when it's flying around, like, what is that? Medic 1 or whatever, and it's leading the X-Wings. I think is that Lando that's flying it at that time.
Mhm.
That all those scenes so good, all those. So you guys
Star
kind of
Wars.
like me. You kind of like the same ones. I mean, I love
Yep.
Hoth. That's a great flight. You know,
Well,
everybody loves that. And...
I mean, yeah, when they're escaping Hoth, and they have to use the turrets to basically give them that one shot to get the civilians off the planet.
2 X-Wings for a Star Destroyer? And then we get Leia's famous 5-minute line.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it was funny when she would bring that line up. She would just bring it up in random interviews. She's like, I still remember that bullshit.
Carrie Fisher was her own woman.
Yeah.
She the best, dude. Oh my god. Somebody, I forget who it was that was talking about it, but it's the movie where Carrie Fisher she's got a side role and she's a nun. I forget, is it a Jay and Silent Bob, or I can't remember what movie
I
it
think
is
that was Dogma.
exactly. Dogma, that's the one. And one of the actors, he just had a small part with her on this. He had a couple lines, and then he's basically standing in the background for a couple more scenes. And he's like, my memory that day, he's like, I saw Carrie Fisher go sit down on some stairs in her nun outfit, in her habit, and she hikes up her habit over her knees and sits there, widespread legs, and starts smoking a cigarette. And I'm just having a casual. He's like, and that's my memory of Carrie Fisher.
Oh boy.
And I'm like, that's great, though. I mean, that encapsulates her from what I've seen of her in interviews and what I've heard. Because Michael Rosenbaum, I guess, was a pretty good friend of hers, so he's got a lot of good stories about her. So funny. What a character. Goodness.
Ah, old scammer, you had to do this to me, man.
Old gamer. Yeah, the person who's flying next to Lando is a Solistan.
Nia Noom.
Yeah.
Oh, my stupid phone is not working. I can't read that. Let me go back.
He's saying, Mike, here's another question. What species was Lando's co-pilot in
Oh, okay.
It's a soul.
Return?
Yeah, it's a Solistan. Yeah, that guy's a Solistan.
Yeah, 9
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm on the Rumble.
I think in that Battlefront 2 campaign, I think you see another Solistan character, Solistan, but he's speaking basic. Again, that's just the way. I mean, that's how like all the characters you see who are talking the normal language that we can understand. That's in the Star Wars universe. It's known as basic language.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like I said, he must have been Yeah, again, that Solistan guy that was right with Lando was probably speaking his native language.
No, but I mean, think about it. You live in a galaxy far, far away. You encounter different alien species all the time. Eventually, you're going to start picking up the language.
Yeah, there are some humans that do speak. There are some humans that speak alien languages, and again, there are people who actually understand what droids are speaking too.
And to be quite honest, people who learn different languages or want to learn different languages tell people, they're like, if you're serious about wanting to learn a language, go there for a month. You
Yep.
will learn it very fast. So thinking about, okay, we're in an advanced, most of these races have been around for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, maybe. So their capacity to learn is insane in my mind. If you have technology everywhere, the ability to learn a language is almost like second nature at that point.
That's exactly the point. I know some, and there are some people. Again, but there are some alien species, like I think even in the Clone Wars show, I think Poggle the Lesser, the Geonosian, who actually needed a protocol droid to translate what he was saying, and you can see the exact same thing in the Mandalorian with that dolphin frog lady.
I think those guys are unable to. They can't enunciate the way we can. So yeah, it would make sense for some races, like Ithorian. If I heard an Ithorian speak basic, I'd be like, "What the hell? Where's the mouth even?" But they like, we see the Ithorian. They'll have those translator things on them.
Yeah, and that's speak. Yeah, and I think even like in like Mass Effect, they even say like in the lore of Mass Effect, every species is speaking their native tongue. We just have universal translators built into our armor, or probably some kind of implant that somebody has on them.
If anybody's ever
that's like the universal translators in Star Trek. Yeah, we hear the Klingons speaking English, but really it's the universal translator translating it into, French for Picard, let's say, English for Cisco or Kirk, and
jive for LaForge.
Huh?
Pata.
Really?
Come on,
Jive's cool. Jive's cool. It's not racist. Jive's cool. I wish people thought something from my race was so cool. Like, I wish other races appreciated what we've given. I wish, hey, I can't have everything, right?
No. The only person I know who speaks jive a little bit more was my grandfather. He spoke jive. He spoke jive easy.
I mean, I know, Pat. You can bring up that joke in Airplane. You speak jive. I speak jive. Yeah, and it's Joan Cleaver.
Oh, that's so funny. That was.
And the thing is, because Barron told me about this, because we were talking about that one day, and he's also brought it up on the stream. Joan Cleaver, I can't remember her actual name off the top of my head at the moment.
Yeah, I know what
it is. She actually spent the day with those two actors, and they were teaching her how to speak.
Oh, even funnier. That's awesome. It reminds me kind of like in the Back to the Future when Marty's talking with the band. They're like, man. It's like, no, dude, you guys get in there. He's like, man, we ain't playing nothing tonight. It's like, God, they sound so cool.
But speaking of Back to the Future, that is going to be our first watch party of July on July 2nd. Now, technically, the movie came out on July 3rd, but because Pop Talk's on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and July 2nd is, I'm sorry, Wednesdays and Sundays, not Wednesdays and Thursdays. But since Pop Talk airs on a Wednesday, and it is the 40th anniversary of Back to the Future, that is could be the watch party.
Yay! So anniversary week, not necessarily anniversary day.
Oh, it's the day before the actual release date of the movie.
Yeah, that's good.
It's just that, like I said, with Pop Talk streaming on Wednesdays and Sundays, I thought, we can on that Wednesday and celebrate the anniversary, and because that is one thing I am going to try to do more of. If any movie has a big anniversary coming up, have a watch party for that movie, and
Be a little more poignant with your dates. Yeah.
if it works out, today's happened to work out that it was on a Sunday, and we could talk about Star Wars.
Yeah, I got up and I saw Baron was talking with Pop, and I was like, oh, this is wasn't live anymore because when I got up, and then I was like, oh, but Mike's going. I said, wait. I said, but Baron's not there. I said, I can't have Mike by himself.
It's pre-recorded. It was pre-recorded.
Baron, that's right. I don't know why I didn't think that. That's what
Baron let me know last night that because of a commitment that he's made, he wasn't going to be able to make it today. And Cash is helping his dad at the gaming convention that his dad goes to. It's a lot of board games at this convention. So
that's right. I do remember hearing that.
That's why Cash isn't here today.
That's right.
I told him, I've always told you guys, you don't have to be on Pop Talk. And even though Baron says, but I like being on Pop Talk, it's like, I understand. Family comes first is what I've always told them. Family comes first.
They probably appreciate that you're flexible enough to accommodate.
Well, I've got to be willing to do streams by myself. Yeah, I do game streams by myself, but streams like this, I have to be comfortable and do them by myself. I can't always, say to Baron and Cash, oh, come on, hold my hand. No. I try to get myself into that same mindset that I used to be in when I did the box score on a regular basis, doing those streams by myself.
So yeah, when are you bringing sports back?
Not
at all.
Not at all. I might mention it every now and then, but I'm not bringing sports back.
Oh,
it's not that it wasn't popular. It had its following. It's the price of the package to keep up with all the games.
Oh yeah,
that's what did me.
That's another thing because they even have like streaming services for different sports is like NFL Red Zone, MLB, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, as it is, the way I keep up with what's going on in the game is I look at the MLB app and I look at the live game day to see what's going on, but I can't give folks an accurate recap of the game just by going by that. Just by going by highlights, because the way I liked to do the box score was give you my take on something that happened in the game as I was watching it.
That makes total sense. There's especially something that happened. I know you were doing baseball, but like the big thing still is Kaylin Clark and Angel Reese. And they did that, like you said, if you just watch the highlights that a lot of people were given, you don't get the whole story. Because there's a couple fouls and things that went down. It's like, oh, that's not, I saw the play. That's not what happened. So learning, like you see a guy hit a home run is one thing, but you see how he hit it.
This is the pitch sequence before that home run happened.
Exactly. A lot of that has major bearing on what's going to happen.
Yeah, it does. And it wouldn't be authentic if I just looked at the box score, looked at the game day, giving me the description, and then seeing some of the highlights. I'm sorry. The whole point of this channel from the very beginning, it didn't matter if it was the box score, gaming stream, now Pop Talk, now with the Adventures. The adventure continues, the Star Trek discussion. I want it to be authentic. I want it to be real. I don't want it to be phony. I don't want to phone it in. I don't want to rely on a script. That was always the goal from the start.
It sounds better when you're not reading all the time. It's good to have an outline. I always believe it's like you have to have your points because it's too easy to just start talking about a topic with someone who can talk. And Mike, you come a long way, Mike. I've been going through them playlists, some of them early stuff. Yeah, you have refined your art very well.
Yeah,
I still have things I need to work on. I'm not going to say I don't.
A true artiste. The work is never done.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what you want to do. You always want to improve, right?
And I'm glad to have Jed Sparks and Padawan be on the panel today. I'm glad they were able to make it.
I was going to mention that. I said, be careful, Olds Gamer. You're showing your age there, buddy.
Well, I know what he's referring
to
you.
Yeah.
It's when you did Pop's Challenge with the bubble gum inside the card pack.
I can't believe how long ago that was now. The time really has flown. I mean, that's like 3 years now? 4 years?
Well, Tree Rock, I'm going to just come out and say it because I don't like to keep secrets. If you would like to be on The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, and have that be the episode that we watch and discuss, let me know. I have a guest who I'm trying to, get him to tell me, okay, what's your episode for June 7th? So I have that booked up, and then I have something planned for the previous guest that I've already had on The Adventure Continues for episode 5, and that's going to involve Encounter at Farpoint.
I just remember, is it the Best of Both Worlds? Was that the to be continued saucer section episode of Next Generation?
Well, Best of Both Worlds Part 3 didn't have the social separation, but Part 3. Why did I say Part 3? Yeah, I didn't get much sleep last night. I'm sorry, everybody. But Part 1 didn't have the saucer sep, but Part 2 did have the saucer separation. And honestly,
I remember those. Just lost my mind. Those episodes were so good.
Honestly, I've always wondered what the show would have been like had they killed off Picard.
That was something I was thinking about that the other day, and I was like, I honestly at the time I was like, are they really gonna kill this guy off?
Mm-hmm.
Like I was not sure. I was not familiar enough. He was still a new actor to me,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just like, whoa. I mean, I really didn't know if he was going to be around anymore.
I mean, one thing, getting back to Star Wars, it did tick me off when they killed Han Solo and they had him fall off the bridge. I'm not kidding. I literally, and I wasn't the only one, literally pointing, rose my fist and gave the screen the bird. I was so ticked off. That's not how you have your hero die. And then, having Luke die in The Last Jedi.
I remember that Han Solo scene too.
My jaw dropped. My jaw dropped when that happened. I was like, "What? Why?"
Honestly, this might not be fair, but I said it happened, and I was like, "Man, Harisson, did you want out that bad?"
Apparently he did. But the thing is, the only thing that really did catch my eye that was interesting was the idea that Kylo Ren could stop a blaster bolt in midair. I mean,
that was pretty cool.
Yeah, but other than that, everything else just kind of went everything just went kind of off the rails with all the sequels. And I mean, heck, I was, even when I saw The Last Jedi, my mom was happy to see Snoke die, but I was like, why don't you just kill him off just like that? I was looking at her. She thought, and she was looking at me like I was excited to see it. She clearly could not tell how my face was looking at that moment. I was like, what the hell did they just do? They killed off a villain.
They killed off a villain that they really didn't get to build up on. They just, gave you a little tease in The Force Awakens. And then when you see him in The Last
cloak.
No, you get him in The Last Jedi, and I'm sorry. Both J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson, and I know I said I'm sorry, but I'm not really sorry. They screwed up.
Yeah,
they screwed up because they didn't care.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't care about each other.
Yeah, exactly. Because, and that's the whole thing. When I try to write a story, I at least try to make a clear, concise story. But I know you could say for one of them, tonally, each one is different from the other ones, but they still tell a cohesive narrative with the same characters.
They just let go of the plots that we wanted, and they gave us other plots that was like we wanted that other one. I don't care about Finn's romantic. I want to see the Finn.
I want to see Finn
Force
become
Within.
a Jedi
or Force Awakens.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, but even then, the actor who played, you're just you, and he's throwing out the lineup. Oh, you're all
that guy.
You don't realize that they did you dirty in these movies, dude. But I guess the paycheck must have been so good.
Yeah, you're talking about John Boyega's comments in that Variety article.
Yes, it's just like, guys,
I just think he's lashing out. He's just mad. I mean,
we were all mad because we were excited to get new Star Wars movies, and then what we got was a lump of turd.
I was in. Yeah. I was Force Awakens. I was in. I was
excited.
My Star Wars lore, I do include Rogue One, and I do include the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian, and I do include Force Awakens. Because right there, it's like, you made it make sense still, man. There's nothing in it that I go, that's not right. But then after that, there's too much that I go, that, to quote them, that's not how the Force works.
Yeah, but Book of Boba Fett is what made me like say I'm done with I'm done with Disney Star Wars. I'm done with it.
The idea,
and I don't
what
care.
They did exactly kind of wasn't good enough to be Boba Fett. That was the problem. Your climax isn't good enough.
Obi Wan series that broke me. I said I'm done.
Again, your story builds. Whether we like it or not, your story build and your climax is not as good as something that was in the middle of the story. That's what I kept finding with the Star Wars shows. Ahsoka too, all of them. It's like you have something in the middle of an episode or the series that's bigger than your big finish. So when you get to your big finish, I'm just like, just really feels like another battle.
It feels like a lame duck, doesn't it?
And I'm kind of like, oh, of course they did that. Oh, of course they did that. So
and I'll be honest, I liked when they brought out the final season of the Clone Wars. I liked the first season of the Bad Batch, but I did not like the second season of the Bad Batch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even when I watched Rebels animated series, I can't say I ever thought Sabine was Force sensitive. Okay, but watching
remember the way Kanan was trying to train her to use the.
Because when you see her fight and her gymnastic ability, it didn't surprise me, though, that they said that she did. I was like, if you ever saw her in Rebels, it's like, yeah, it's a cartoon, but it's not like Hera and Zeb were doing what Sabine was doing. Sabine was Ahsoka level gymnast. And that's why Ahsoka disappointed me, because it's like, that's not the Ahsoka I know, not the jumping around fighting Ahsoka. This is a different person altogether. That's all that turned me out, because I was like, where's the thing that made Ahsoka so awesome? Because I like her as the character. I like the character ideas. Just some of the story just don't work. But I can accept what does, and it's like, I can still go, I like that. But it's not enough. I don't want to buy Ahsoka Legos. I don't want to buy, like the new ship from Skeleton Crew. I'm still looking to get old stuff. The new stuff is more dramatic than it is adventure, I think, in my opinion. Because I have seen all the shows up to date. I thought Andor got better. Like if people are like, I didn't really want to watch Andor, or I don't care, watch the last half of the second season to get the real Star Wars tie-in, I thought. Because then it really steps off. You start really seeing the gears turning. Because we know where it's going. I mean, try to keep spoiler free, but well, they made the movies are spoilers for the series. If we don't know what happens to Andor by now, I don't. But I thought Andor was easily one of the best. Skeleton Crew was fun. It was kind of a good children's. It did bring back the joy that Star Wars should have in some spots. And honestly, Jude Law acted his ass off. He did great in that series.
In Andor.
Jude Law was in Skeleton Crew.
Oh, okay, yeah, but again,
Cassian acts his ass off too. I don't know that guy's name.
yeah, but I think his name is Diego Luna. I think.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, but the whole point is like Skeleton Crew just looked bizarre to me. It looked like
yes,
like at least the planet the kids come from. It feels like it looks like we're just on a futuristic version of Earth.
I know.
Yeah.
But it's that planet was basically they're trying to appease those inhabitants so much that they are not even interested in the world.
Yeah.
But how they did it was too earthy. It's like, dude, do you have landscapers too? Why do you have sidewalks? It's all so perfectly Earth. That was the biggest weird thing.
And we don't want to see Earth. We want to see a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, exactly the point. I mean, if the story was actually set on Earth, it'd be different. But it's not Earth. This is in a galaxy that takes place who knows how long ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's not Earth.
Because I do understand the idea, though. We want to make our citizens feel so safe and so at ease that they're not even like the idea of a war or even a skirmish or a disagreement doesn't even come in to their realm of thought. So that idea, yet just it really comes down to their delivery of their ideas. Because I don't hear the idea and go, oh, that's ridiculous. Just when I get all the details, I'm like, well, it works, and then this part needs work. You guys should have brainstormed on this a little bit more. But I thought it was very much Goonies in space. And I didn't hate I actually liked the kids. I thought I might go into this going, I'm just going to be watching a bunch of kids in a movie. But I did get the feeling like I was watching like a Full House or a, Goonies or one of those movies where you do care about the children. Yes.
Or
a movie where you do care about the children. So I did. I cared about these children way more than I did the main characters in Mandalorian season 3.
I didn't even watch season 3 of The Mandalorian.
Yeah, I didn't even care. I mean, they just put Lizzo and Jack Black in there for weird, arbitrary reasons.
And I'll tell you one thing: it's kind of a joke, but it's a little serious. If people who watched Andor and people who have watched The Mandalorian, so we're familiar with the Jack Black and Lizzo scene. There's a scene though in Andor that I was like, why is this here? It almost makes that Jack Black and Lizzo scene better. There's just a scene in Andor where there's a lot of things because it's so dramatic. So you're going through what Mom Mothma's feeling, her disorientation, her disbelief, just all this stuff. And it's like, so you get a few of these moments. It's like, I don't need to see this one. I get it. and I don't need to see it for 10 minutes. You could have edited this down a lot.
But like I said, though, it's just like, but believe me, I've gotten into it with people who are telling me I should watch Andor. But I already said at that point I was done with Disney Star Wars. But this guy would not stop saying you need to go watch it. It's like you were basically talking like you are. Well, I called him what he was. He was a shill. He's saying you need to watch it because it makes Star Wars so much better. No, it doesn't. I don't care. I never cared about the character. I thought Cassian Andor was the most generic and most boring character compared to the guy with the big blaster or the blind monk played by Donnie Yen. Oh, God, they look like more. Hell, the Imperial droid was a more interesting character than him.
Yeah, K2SO1
and Kathleen Kennedy's Kathleen Kennedy's self-insert character, which. Again, Jyn Erso and Rey are both characters that are essentially supposed to be her.
Yeah, and Tree Rock says Andor season 1 is garbage. Cash would disagree.
Yeah, it's just I'm not gonna make anybody watch it or not. If you're interested, try it. If not, because some people just don't want to put on a show if they really are kind of have a bad taste in their mouth. They won't want to put it on, and I'll put stuff on. And my idea is, let's see if it can keep my attention. Do I start doing shit around the house, or do I sit here and go, oh, this is interesting? So I at least give it a chance. So they'll run all the way through, but I can't tell you everything that happened.
my test for any TV show is 3 episodes. If I'm not hooked by the 3rd episode, then I'm not going to finish it.
And that was what we knew of.
Yeah.
Like, get through the first chapter of a book before you. And we learned that from watching shows.
Yeah, exactly.
The first couple shows aren't gonna be as good. Not the chemistry's not there with all the actors. Like, we see it a lot. I thought it was very apparent in Next Generation. Like, those first few episodes, they don't have it yet. And by the end of the season, it's like, wow, that's a different team.
I would say even in the first season, they don't quite have that chemistry. You don't start seeing it until going into the second season. You especially see it in the 3rd season where they start getting that chemistry.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. And you think that, it's kind of the same way how, I mean, even though when I wrote my superhero story, at first it starts off with one character being like, oh, this character's constantly like, oh, this person's been in danger 3 times. Heck, I think even the characters do mention this, like, or at least, but this is only like 3 chapters in, like, this character always seems to be caught up in everything we faced so far. As again, but over then this is like, but after that, her character kind of goes into another different arc where she discovers my character is a superhero, and she's sort of grappling with the idea of whether or not she should tell him the truth. She should tell him the truth, or just keep it to herself. That's mainly where the conflict of interest starts. But again, she starts realizing that, oh, this guy I really like, and the superhero who protected me. Yeah, they're literally one and the same, and now I feel like I care about him more now that he's been protecting me all this time. That it's a nice little interesting dichotomy, and sort of like delves into my character's mind, because she's not. I mean, originally, I can see this character as the quote unquote popular girl, but the only reason why, but I think in my newer drafts, I think she only became popular because she survived some dangerous events of the first chapter. She and their mutual friends all survived. And even more so, like, again, they start all the kids start like somewhat starting to like this superhero guy because he protected them during a party that she was having to celebrate the fact that they were alive and safe, and not wanting to take it for granted from here on out. So it's that kind of dichotomy there.
Nice, very nice. And Tree Rock says that Andor equals Downton Abbey. Would you like some tea while we talk politics?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing, Tree Rock. I can watch Downton Abbey, and I have watched Downton Abbey.
That's so funny, though. And Andor season 1 is not Andor season 2. That getting to see Andy Serkis act, to be honest, it makes Andor worth watching. But it's just, I didn't really get the big connection feeling with Star Wars. It's there is a blatant connection there, but because of the set, I guess, that where the location where they are, it does kind of take you out of what's going on. But I won't deny Andy Serkis's performance. I mean, he really, the guy brings it every time.
He's a wonderful performance. I mean, he was Gollum, for crying out loud.
I mean,
and
he's
he
King
and he was
Kong. I mean,
and he was Caesar. He was Caesar. Yeah.
the guy's been I mean, he alone has kind of made people rethink how motion capture is done.
Yes, and of
know,
course he was also Snoke in the sequels, but they killed him off. But they brought him back for this.
I mean, that guy, he's like a cinematic landmark. You know, he's like just what it's like when what we would have had with Bruce Lee and then we got with Jackie Chan. It was like, holy crap. You know, that was such a new thing for us. And then they're like, oh my God, somebody can actually walk like a gorilla. Yeah, no kidding, man. Have you ever tried to do that when you were a kid? Not once. You
Yeah,
never tried to run around on 4 legs.
I've done it. I mean, come on, like again, you do not understand that we evolved from them, right?
I know, it's so funny, but I'm glad that there's somebody that got into the industry that has that kind of passion, because they don't hire that really anymore, it seems.
No, it's who meets this group of activism, who meets that group of activism.
We can't always be fortunate enough to go, oh, we got these actors in. You know how much they're going to bring to the movie, not just their words. You know, you hire certain people and they change the dynamic of a movie.
Or the fact you just put a character in there just have them either as a glorified cameo.
Bookmark, yeah. It's like, looky what we got.
Like even when you look at
we're dangling the keys.
Like when you look at especially when you look at like Wayne's World, you have Robert Patrick as that
yeah. I mean, they used to do cameos, right? That when we got Sean Connery, was it Robin Hood when he shows up as the end, as the king?
No, that was Sir Patrick Stewart as
that was Robin Hood Men in Tights.
No, in the Kevin Costner one.
Oh,
I haven't watched that
I've
one
never
in so
seen that
long.
one.
I forgot.
Because that's where they got that seed for Robin Hood Men in Tights, because they're making fun of the Sean Connery.
Yeah.
So Patrick Stewart's supposed to be Sean
they're
Connery.
making fun of Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Prince of Thieves, that's the one.
News of your exploits have reached me as far away as Jerusalem. You and your men owe England a great debt. All of England owes you and your men a great debt. and you would be stitched this name with that foul stench. From this day forth, all the toilets in this kingdom will be known as John's.
And you know what? I had a friend in high school who said at that point funny. They should have had Patrick Stewart say computer and program.
That would have been pretty funny. All the deck, open arch. Computer, open arch.
Computer, arch.
That'd have been great. He just walks out of a door.
But we also realized but also Patrick Stewart taught us that actual normal 20th century bullets could actually kill a Borg.
They don't have a defense against that technology. It's just like firing a cannonball at a microchip.
the Borg can't adapt to a bullet because it's not a particle weapon.
They don't know what it is. They're like, it's a pebble. I don't understand.
It's the exact same thing. Like, why doesn't anyone use like a Muggle weapon in Harry Potter? Why doesn't anyone just use like a gun?
So uncivilized.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, laser blasters. So uncivilized.
The things we do.
But lightsabers completely civilized.
It's from a more civilized time. Honorable. It's an honorable weapon.
It's so uncivilized.
Oh yes, don't mind all the dismembered, cauterized over there. No, this is a weapon of perfectly civilized people. And even this yes, they're perfectly civilized.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Jedi don't believe in stealth as optional. That's why the dang thing's so bright. They make sure you see them coming.
Hey, you see my bright green lightsaber? I'm over here.
Could I be over here? Am I over here?
Back away! I will
Look,
do this.
I'm gonna use a force push. I'm gonna push you over there.
Oh
Shoot
my
him.
gosh, that's great.
Yeah, seriously, all of them, Grievous should have just ordered all those droids to shoot him. Seriously. I mean, I know Obi-Wan has like Form 3, so he could have easily just swatted all those blasters away anyway. But come on. At least it would have worked.
Yeah.
Better than just having to challenge him one-on-one.
That's Obi-Wan's superpower, though. He only has enough power to get out of the scrape he's in. It's all defensive. There's no offense there. It's all defensive.
Yeah, and that's why I like about like Form 3 lightsaber combat. It's pure defense, and it can defend against everything, mostly.
The only reason Obi-Wan wins is because he's so close to Anakin. If he's not training with Anakin, he can't beat Anakin.
Well, he's the one that taught Anakin everything he knows.
Yeah, but I think that was back when I think Obi-Wan was still using.
Let's look at it this way: Qui-Gon taught him everything he knew from Dooku.
I just feel we've picked up another bothersome life form. Obi-Wan, I sense this boy has a certain set of skills.
I can't really do an impression of.
Yeah, I can't do
Liam
it.
Neeson,
I can't do Liam Neeson either. I can't do it.
Oh man.
There's this boy. He's got a unique set of skills. We need to recruit him to the Jedi Order. We're gonna go to Tatooine.
He's too old.
Obi-Wan.
Somebody make a GIF. This boy possesses.
With AI, people could do it.
Oh, believe me, people have made things and made them. There are compilations of videos of Star Wars videos, and they made them worse with AI. And honestly, it's pretty horrifying what the results are.
I got something for people. If you aren't a real big fan of new Star Wars, I encourage you to enjoy a channel that I found a couple years ago called Not Obi Wan Kenobie. Where the gentleman, he does deep fake of Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, the ghost of Qui-Gon, and Anakin reviewing Star Wars content.
There's also if you're looking for a laugh, even though it is
Padawan wannabe, for those who don't like the sequel trilogy.
Oh, I get this.
Or the prequel trilogy. This is what they always say, brother.
Hated it.
Hated it. Good point. Well, I'm just saying it is comical. Qui-Gon does bring up the fact that everybody survives getting stabbed by a lightsaber except him.
Again, and and of course healing is a thing, apparently.
So let me see if I'm getting this straight. Everyone else can get stabbed with a lightsaber and survive.
Well, Qui-Gon, he kind of got ran through right to the sternum there. So,
but no, that was
but Sabine has very little lightsaber training, yet she survives. I know.
It's a neat little trick she has. It's called a main character shield or plot armor.
I know my Qui-Gon sounds like Optimus Prime.
It's so funny. The last joke that I heard,
Optimus Prime.
I
can't do that either.
One of the videos they said he's like, oh, she can get stabbed by and Obi-Wan's like, well, you were stabbed in the pancreas. That's much more lethal injury. He's like, you know how difficult it is to force heal a pancreas.
Oh man,
I would have had Qui-Gon say, "Shut up, Obi-Wan."
That's kind of what he does. He's like, "Well, yeah, everybody can survive except me." It's pretty funny because they've seen it all. They've seen the Sabine, they've seen the Darth Maul, everything.
No. When Darth Maul got bisected, he ceased to be cool in my eyes.
Well, I almost bookmarked it, but I didn't want it to be strange. But I did see a video of a man. He basically has cut off from his belly button down, and they're showing like how he puts his prosthetics on. But I instantly thought, see, it happens. That's real life. I know it's far fetched. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, well, I hope at least if I get bisected, hopefully it's just at least above my knees at least.
Would we rather be cut like Anakin or like Darth Maul?
Darth Maul. I mean,
how about
I'd rather be
neither?
cut.
How about
I'd rather be cut up like Anakin, more or less.
Yeah, see, you keep the important part.
And on that note, I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream.
Oh, I ruined it.
Yeah, but we didn't like go through all the other box office stuff.
That's fine. I wanted to mainly take a look at the top two.
Oh, okay,
this
okay, I
week.
see.
The Dead Reckoning.
Just to see how they did, because they both came out during the official kickoff of summer weekend, and I wanted to see how both those movies did in comparison.
Sorry, I just read one of the comments from Chewrock. That was pretty good. Nothing like watching 4 episodes of people building Death Star while dealing with depression and imperial torture. Yeah.
But Pata and Jed, I appreciate the both of you joining me this afternoon for Star Wars Day, real Star Wars Day, Orthodox Star Wars Day.
Yeah, this is the real one.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. This is the 48th anniversary of Star Wars, and in 2 more years, it'll be the 50th.
Oh man, that's gonna be crazy.
Will movie theaters still be around?
That's a good question. I want them to. I like the idea of going to the movie theater. Just the problem is the movies that are coming out now are just bad. I mean, another thing they could simply do. I mean, I know one of my theaters did this. They actually They actually showed like Back to the Future one year during the pandemic and John Carpenter's They Live.
Mm-hmm.
They re-released it. So just re-release old films in theaters so you can introduce them to a brand new audience.
Well, speaking of re-release, Disney dropped the ball for their May the 4th by pulling Revenge of the Sith out of the theaters when it was doing the best any re-release movie had ever done.
Yeah, 1 week in theaters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't even think it was a full week.
It wasn't a full week. It was released on that Friday, and they pulled it on a Wednesday. They didn't even give it the full week.
Yeah, exactly. But they know that at least if people will go that they re-release these movies, yeah, people will go out and see them, and they'll easily make money. But no, they still expect everyone to watch all their either their remake, all their stuff that's remade, or stuff that obviously is pandering to a crowd that doesn't even watch or anything. All they do is sit around their phones all day and complain about how much everything in their lives is driving them crazy for political reasons.
But see, here's what I was trying to get at as far as the re-release of Revenge of the Sith. You had a movie that people were going back to theaters to see, even though it's readily available on physical media while it's still available, and on digital, and on Disney Plus. People would rather watch Revenge of the Sith, George Lucas's Star Wars, than a lot of the Star Wars that Disney has given us since they acquired Lucasfilm, Star Wars, and even Indiana Jones. Look at what the Dial of Destiny did.
Yep. Oh gosh.
To see that opening, we mentioned it earlier, to see that opening Starfighter scene in Revenge of the Sith on the big screen is not the same feeling you get at home.
No.
To see them when that first drop away and you see them in actual orbit and not just right next to the ship, my heart dropped. You're like, oh geez, I'm high.
I thought for sure going to see it for its 20th anniversary that my viewpoints on the movie from 20 years ago and my viewpoints on it now will be drastically different. But no, I'm sitting there in the same theater. And it wasn't the same auditorium, but it was still the same theater. watching the movie, and all those same feelings that I had 20 years ago watching the movie
The
came
only
back.
thing that's different is you know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
But
of course.
all those feel you're like, oh nope, I'm still on the edge of my seat. Oh my god, oh that was so cool.
And I think a lot of that had to
So
do
much.
with seeing it on that big screen
Yeah,
in a movie theater. You would need that atmosphere for a movie like that. You can't get the scope of everything on a TV screen. I don't care how big it is.
when you experience those battles, whether it be a firefight or a lightsaber duel or a spaceship battle, you know, the encompassing sound of that surround sound all around you, you know, and the screen's so big, you have to move your head to soak it in, you know, it's just different experience altogether. So
It
nice.
it is. It absolutely is. And DJ Ronnie G says, so I didn't miss anything by skipping Andor.
Nah, you're all right, man.
And Old Gamer replies, nope.
No, he said nope. How about no?
Oh gosh.
And DJ
Yes.
says, really good surround headphones can come close. Yes,
That's
they
true.
can.
That's true.
He also adds, heck, really good stereo phones with Fox surround. Yeah, yeah. If you can get it to sound just right.
Why don't we just put on our VR headsets then? No.
Well, you know,
That's the next step, right? Being able to be like you're on the bridge while the shit's
mm,
going on. Oh man, that'd be
yeah.
awesome.
Well, talking about the theater experience, it's when I saw the first live action Transformers movie, and you're hearing that opening narration by Peter Cullen. Before time began, there was the cube, and all I was thinking was Prime.
Just rumbles your seat, man.
My Optimus Prime.
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, Peter
Well,
Coleman.
even the guys next to me, we're all looking at each other like it's Prime.
I'm not crying. You're crying. It's just a
I'm
touch
not
of
crying. Crying's for Decepticons.
that invokes a feeling that you can't describe. It's an elation. It's your frequency is being pinged, you know. Just
All right.
oh god.
We have a question. We have a question from Lady Miss.
Where is she?
That's up to you guys. Do you want another Star Wars movie? If so, which movie do you want it to be?
Any movie I would want to watch. I'll just probably watch it myself. But I know I'd say for anyone in the audience who probably still wants to see another Star Wars movie, I'd recommend Empire Strikes Back.
That's a good choice. Now we probably wouldn't be able to do it during the live stream because with EVMux it limits how long you can go for a live stream.
Yeah,
But I would keep the Cosmic link open for anyone who wants to watch another Star Wars movie. You just let me know.
Well, if you left it open, I would leave it running.
yeah. I kind of
I definitely would leave it running. I'd be popping in and out, but I just can't stay 100% of the time anymore.
Yeah. Me neither. Plus, like I said, I want to get back.
But I got you on the watch hours, buddy.
I appreciate you helping on the watch hours. I have noticed.
I got the special guest playlist running right now. I was like, I need something long that I don't have to worry about for a few days. So that one. I can't believe how many of your videos I've watched before. There's not many I've missed. It's like, I'll go through and maybe I'll see if I'll try to find one that I haven't watched. And it's like I've watched most of almost everything.
You've been around since the beginning, practically, Padawan.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And to answer Phil's question, both Cash and Baron had prior responsibilities. Cash is helping his dad, at the gaming convention that he does every Memorial Day and every Labor Day. So that's where he's at right now. And Baron helping out the long suffering, getting her to and from work and doing a few other things. His honey to do list, in other words.
Honey do. Dope, honey, dope. Oh no, I lost. There it is. I lost my chat.
And DJ says he currently uses the Sennheiser HD 599. He paid $129 on Amazon. That is actually not too bad. I've seen headphones and headsets for a lot more
I need to get
a while back
another
and picked up Corsair surround sound headphones on Cyber Monday. Nice. He also adds the surround sound headphones did work in principle. They used their own USB interface, like a USB sound card. Yeah, I had a Razer headset that was like that, but it also caused issues, so I stopped using it. And DJ says, I distinctly remember hearing Delenn speaking from behind when watching Babylon 5 The Road Home. I need to rerun that test with the Sennheiser to verify my hunch. Ooh. Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
see if it's
indeed.
equal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But if nobody has another Star Wars movie they'd like to watch, we will go ahead and end the stream and end this watch party.
Thank you
And
again.
oh, thank you guys for being here. Both
Always a
Jet
pleasure.
Sparks and yourself.
Always a pleasure.
And I also do want to thank Lady Mist for being here. Always appreciate you stopping by the streams and supporting the streams. Phil, it's good to see you, brother. Thank you very much. Olds Gamer, thank you for being here and gifting that membership to Anonymous. Really appreciate it. DJ Ronnie G, thank you for being here, brother. And I will get with you about episode 5 of The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, what that's going to be about. If you're game, let me know when I give you that message. And Tree Rock, thank you for being here today. Really appreciate it. And as I scroll up, I also want to thank Brandon, the anime guy, for stopping by. Really appreciate it, Brandon. You had a good show the other day with Baron on your channel as well. It's always good to see you, brother.
Wrangled him in quite well. Yes.
Yes, he did. And Lady Miss, I'm letting you know this too. Keep an eye out for this user, Jokey Jokes. He's a troll. And not the kind of troll that you want.
Troll with a capital T.
Uh-huh. Capital R, capital O, LL. And also Sci-Fi Mombi. Thank you for stopping by today. Really appreciate it. Sorry you weren't able to stick around, but I understand you got stuff to do, so you got to get it done.
Yeah, she's a busy mombi.
Yes, she is. Wolverine, thank you for stopping by, brother. Always appreciate it, brother. And also, Low Spec, thank you for being here on both the YouTube and Rumble sides. Really appreciate it, brother.
Like I've been pumping out some games lately.
Yeah, he has. I caught a stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider the other day. George Lucas. George, always good to see you. Especially on real Star Wars Day.
I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
And as I scroll up here, because I know Shane was here and I want to acknowledge him. And there he is. Shane, also known as You're Wrong. Thank you for being here, brother. Of course, Jet Sparks, thank you for not only being in the chat, but also joining Pata and I on the panel. Oh shit, we're about to wrap up.
There he is. We're about to wrap everything up.
These people.
Ah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. But
I
I'll jump
sense a
out.
disturbance in the force.
But again, thanks for
Something
having
with
me
a
on.
large chin.
Yeah.
See you later, Jet.
Bye.
See you later, Jet. Take care, brother.
Oh yeah, and by the way, may the force be with you.
You too. That is how the force works.
Yes. Yes.
Hi,
But also
Cass.
over on the Rumble side, I want to thank Gary. And I also want to thank, of course, again, Low Spec for hopping on both sides. Gabstab, thank you very much for being on the Rumble side as well. It's always a pleasure to see you there, brother. Excuse me as I adjust myself in my chair.
Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? One of
And
us. One of us.
I also want to thank Yana Aniwadi
I'll be right back.
over on Rumble. Okay. And of course, did mention Gabstab, but I also want to thank the Reverend Cleophas James. Thank you very much for being over on the Rumble side. And we do have something here. We do have something.
One of us.
Something dark side. Olds Gamer 72 Cutlass has gifted another membership. And this membership has gone to Chopper Wardog 008. Was gifted the Stealth is Optional membership. So with it being Star Wars Day, the real Star Wars Day, I'm going to go ahead and play... I played You May Fire When Ready When.
Ooh.
Anonymous got it. You know what? I'm playing this.
Yes.
Welcome to the Stealth is Optional membership ranking here on Pacific414. We have members stream once a month, and also at the end of the month, members are welcome to join. Stealth is Optional members are welcome to join the panel.
We get to haze him, right?
Yes.
All right.
On a Sunday. Well, heck, you know who's going to haze you guys? It's going to be Baron. And then possibly Cash.
Phil. Jeez.
Yes. But
Definitely haze the Padawannabe. He's crazy.
Hey, I already ate the gum.
Uh-huh.
But real quick, since you're just joining us here, Cash, how's your day been?
Pretty busy. Yeah.
I would imagine so, especially at the gaming convention. You got to go to downtown
Had
LA.
that. Wanted to pass out for a while. Phil recommended, get on there, man. He says, you're. I said, all right, Phil. So I decided to take Phil's advice, not this time. So, but
I mean, you know how it is. You got the key to the back door. You can come in anytime. And
I know, I do. I just wasn't gonna. I see Baron didn't make it today, so
no. You know, he's helping.
Yes.
The long suffering get to work. So.
Yep. And I guess Jet Sparks didn't need a timeout, so that's good. I'm just kidding, Jet Sparks. I'm just joking.
No, we all had a good time. We were talking real Star Wars, man. Watching real Star Wars.
Yeah, real Star Wars. Yeah.
Can I ask Cash my question?
Oh no.
Go ahead and ask Cash your question.
No,
I don't know if he's gonna.
It's not a bad question. It's what
you
I
know,
asked the panel.
Cash being Cash. You know he's probably gonna have a snarky response for you.
So, because I wanted to ask something else, but we got talking so much. But I was curious, what is your favorite space battle scene or flight scene, or you know what I mean? Like I'll like the Hoth battle, I will still consider because it's the flying ships. But I'm curious if you have a favorite, or if you're like, this
man.
and this one, or Because I
I
was curious
mean,
about lightsaber battles with you also, Mike. Like,
that's a that's a tough one. I mean, the Millennium Falcon going through the space and the TIE fighters attacking them, and that would be Empire Strikes Back. So that was before when they go into the cave, and then
that's no cave.
worm thing. That's no cave, yeah. And then of course, I was actually surprised at some of the space battles that Rogue One had. I mean, that movie had some great space battles. Yeah, TDK Rodney, right, Phil? Nut. But no, that they had some great space battles there. Great space battles is something that we've unfortunately lost, also, but that's a whole other topic.
To me, that's what Star Wars is. You have the universe,
yes,
but it's the space battles, man. I understand storylines that may not be with these particular people, and I understand that's why these movies are so big and grandiose, because we're following the alpha heroes. These are the number one people. This is who you want to follow.
Well, yeah, I mean, Star Wars is just it's like I'm finally watching season 2 of Andor. I just started that yesterday. My brother and I have been watching it. We started it this morning, early this morning, or before that, and
Good luck.
And it was like it has good drama in it, but the thing is, like, I want this season to have more action. When I finally see action, I go, oh, okay. And so the whole thing with, like, the space battles is the same thing. Like, if you're going to have space battles, don't make them cheap. They need to be awesome. And we've had awesome space battles in Star Wars. It's in the title.
I know.
It's in the freaking title, man.
Star skirmishes.
Yeah, right. And so that's another thing that was lacking in the sequel trilogy, but that's another story in itself. It's like, once again, they forget about little details, things that put time, effort, all kinds of stuff into. And space battles is something that you should put effort into. We even had fun space battles in Battlefront games. Not so much Battlefront, the new Battlefront 2, whatever remake,
the
but the
2015
old
era.
one, yes. The old one, we had great space battles. We had Rogue Squadron, like the old stuff. Those were great space battles. But getting back to the point, I was impressed how good the space battles were in Rogue One. But I love great space battles. We had great space battles in Empire, of course. We had definitely great space battles in Return of the Jedi. So, and of course, The New Hope. So all those had great space battles.
And just, we all kind of pulled together. We agree. The Millennium Falcon fighting through the meteor kind of storm, or the asteroid belt. That scene, yes, very iconic. And then I had to give credit to the opening scene in Revenge of the Sith. I just think that just showcases, like, what we should have. Like, that was the first time we really saw
too. Right.
that many ships on screen, and it wasn't forced like we got in the sequel trilogy, where it's like, oh, let's just put everything in there. Right. You got a template for it still? Throw it in. So that was very different.
Just change the color scheme, and we got a new ship.
Right. It's just it's like anything that had space in it. There's going to be conflicts, because that's just how people are. So, not all people, but we don't have. There's a lot of things that have been taken away because of arrogance and other stuff, and all the money that could be used to make more and more and more and more and more and more great stuff, great space battles. We don't have that. I mean, even like I said, they don't. As Andor, I'm enjoying, dude, but it's like I want more action at times. I like the drama, but I want more action. So Still episodes to go, and I know people will say Andor sucks or Andor's this or Andor's that, but people, when they die, that's it. They're dead. I know, right? Yeah. So there's things that Tony Gilroy cares about, but Star Wars in general, it's just, well, that's, I don't know. They just, we'll just say they keep missing things that we need, and it's frustrating. It's very frustrating.
Well, Andor season 2 for me, halfway through, I was like, okay, now I'm really starting to feel the tie-in.
Mm-hmm.
So I've watched all of it. I don't want to say too much.
That's all
but
right.
if you're just starting it, I think by the end of this season you'll be better.
No, DJ. It's just something that Phil likes to go on and on about with Cash.
Yes, that's for sure. Yes, he won't let that go.
That's
TDK.
Death Kill.
No, TDK is a clan or a group or a guild.
Yeah, that's not the right phrase from Demolition Man. That was MDK, Murder, Death, Kill.
Right. I'm sure you do, DJ.
I don't even no, I do have a tape. I was gonna say I don't even have anything to play tapes, but I do.
But yeah, you when things are starting to get built and you miss the point of stuff, that's when people get annoyed. And we need great space battles. Even Ahsoka, what did that really have great space battles? No.
Mm-mm.
No.
Honestly, it didn't even really have good lightsaber battles.
It didn't have a lot of things. And like, Star Wars, I get it, for certain people it can get boring and stuff, but it's just a lot of these franchises that we've loved for so long have become so draining because of the decisions that people have made, and then all the attacks and all this stuff and all this other dumb things. It's not good.
Well, that's it. I want to see what's going on with Ezra more than I care about what's happening with Sabine and Ahsoka. And I know, and that's not what their idea was. Like, I'm more interested in Ezra's character, and that's not who, when I was anticipating the series, that's not who I was thinking. I was like, oh, cool. He's that makes sense. He'll show up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. And, since they want to finally, that Darth Maul series might be good, since we're talking about Star Wars, and I know we moved from the space battles, but the whole thing is like, details are important. Space battles, it's in the title, so there should be great space battles at some point. Just great space battles. That's why something like Battlefront was so great. We legitimately got great space battles from the movies. That was awesome.
Well, and even when you were on the ground battles,
yes,
they were different. It wasn't the same locale. We didn't have 5 Tatooines.
No.
I mean,
you got to go to all these different planets and so on. And this is what they continue to miss. It's like, okay, you're paying $60 for a game or whatever it is. And if you're going to have to pay more, that means pay more should mean a lot more content. And even the new Battlefront 2, while I say it's a decent game, because of the gambling and the other stuff that they had, and it even pissed off Disney at the time, and it's not good. And,
I'll tell you. Well, yeah. I'm sorry. Finish what you're gonna.
Oh, it's not good. These things are not good. They could be a lot better, and then they don't have as many heroes and villains. It's like, but we added all these characters, and we added this, and we did this, and we did this, and we did. So they just keep missing the point of this stuff, and it's really just disappointing. I don't know. I mean, even the last Rogue Squadron game, it was somewhat decent, but that's about it. Yeah, Squadrons is decent.
Squadrons it was okay.
It was all right.
It frustrated me with certain parts.
It was okay.
Which should have been able to be fluidly adapted to what you want, what the player wants.
You can get really good at it, and it takes. I know some people who are really good at it, but yeah, but like the maps are smaller and they're just not that fun. So it's like when you're spoiled with great Star Wars games, great content that you feel in your mind is great content, and when you see less, that's a problem. That's always a problem. So
I love the Star Wars flying games, and when I have Squadrons, and I am discouraged to play it because I'm like, that's a different learning curve. Like, I felt really accomplished when you get used to the flight controls in games. Like, I know Pacific can at least relate with like Ace Combat. When you learn how to control those planes, you feel good. Like, you're like, oh, I accomplished. I actually know how the controls are. I am so in left field with the controls on Squadrons. Like, played it a few times, and it's like, I am having such a hard time getting used to the controls. And I can't flip it to something I'm more familiar with because there just isn't one available. Not for what I'm used to. And I am definitely one of those people, like, I don't change the controls in games. Nope, I'll get used to it. If it's inverted, I'll learn. I'll figure it out. But that game, wow, that's a new curve for me. Looks awesome. The idea is so cool. I watch people play it, and I like the idea, and I just can't get. And now it's kind of, there's not real incentive to learn it because you don't get to play with people.
No.
Right.
And that was something that Battlefront loved Battlefront. And what it does lack, though, when the newer ones came out for me, I'm like, oh, it's really only good online, but the online play is so different than the offline play. It's like with Battlefront, especially because they've introduced this idea, like, I don't know if you've ever played the Forza games, but when you're in an open world, if anybody, other profiles who have played the game, they kind of make ghost characters of you. So it kind of performs more like a realistic person. And it's like, that would have been awesome to have in Battlefront if you had ghost CPUs everywhere instead of the same repetitive style. Because everybody knows the computer-driven characters do not act anything like real players.
Right. Well, I mean, we even had a game of pod racing. That was pretty fun. The controls need some work, but still a pretty fun game.
I got that. I transferred it to my Xbox One because I had it on Xbox Gold. Because it came up on, because it was an N64 game. Well, no, and then there was a PlayStation 2 they did make another one.
Mm-hmm.
That second one was actually pretty good too. You got to be older Anakin, and then you got to fight in the pods, like you could ram the other pods and stuff. That was different. I did have both those. I like the pod racing games. I like racing games though too.
Yeah, no, racing games can be fun too. Yeah,
a good simulator. A lot of the ones these days I can't play. They don't feel. I feel like I'm sliding. Feels like I'm on a computer car on a computer track. Not everything's Gran Turismo, man. Forza's pretty good. F1's pretty good race game. Oh, Pacific. Yeah, they have that Masters on the Masters golf game. Give that a shot, man. That's a pretty good golf game. Okay. It's very similar to what I'm familiar with controls for golf.
I can't promise if I stream it that it's going to be the best gameplay you're ever going to see.
It's just good. Like if you that I found out you played them, it's like, oh, he gets it. Playing a golf game is just a nice, relaxing, competitive kind of thing. You're not stressed out. You're more thinking, okay, I want to do better than I did on the last hole. I've never wanted to throw a controller from playing golf. Well, I don't know. He might be competitive, though. I don't know. It's like, damn it, another triple bogey. God.
And, well, yeah, I'm going to be trying to get the ball out of the sand now.
They don't even have a name for how many shots over I just got.
But back to the Star Wars topic. I just hope that I know, right? I just hope that we finally get some actual great games and so on. Like, even I still think this, even stuff like Jedi Survivor or Jedi Fallen Order, like, there is just way too much repetitive crap. And I say that like, the story's pretty cool, I think, but going around in circles after a while is annoying, and it's not fun. And
I fully agree.
I just don't know what they're gonna do for the third.
But the story, when it gets to the back to this, I don't know either if they want to do a third or not. But when they get
They
back to
want to
this,
do a third, but what are they gonna do? Where are they
I
gonna
don't
send
know.
Cal and the crew?
And really, there didn't need to be. The other thing is that will frustrate people, of course, is like, it's a more of a Dark Souls light kind of thing, but it's still annoying as hell. The combat can be fun, but it can also be annoying as hell.
Yes,
Especially when you put it on hard
especially when you're
difficulties, which
battling a
is fine.
Rancor.
But yes, exactly.
Well, I
The
think they're making that I think they're going to be the ones that start the way.
it's not really fun to go back and try to get everything, even in Fallen Order, because like you're gonna have to fight those spiders again, and if you decide to play on a harder difficulty, which is fine. I mean, that game was one of those. It was like, okay, I need to uninstall this for a while because I can't. I'm so tired of going in fucking circles in this game, and that was just for me. I was so fucking tired of it.
I get
so
it.
I had
I had to
to.
constantly refer to the map to see where I was supposed to go, as opposed to where I
Yeah,
currently was.
that map could have. I think the map probably in Survivor is probably a bit better and stuff, but you can get lost in that game, and that's fine. But I don't know. They it's just once you start going in circles, like, okay, I have to go back to the same place, and yes, we've had that in games before. Go back to the same place, and then it opens up this new area, but you literally, at least more, I would say probably more in Fallen Order than Survivor. I'll have to get through Survivor. See, Survivor, that was a problem, like what Mike had and other people had, was tech issues. Now, some people didn't, good for them, but when you have tech issues, it sucks. And
the computer I had at the time was still a decent computer. It
was.
It still run it. The thing that was tampering the whole issue was the VSync.
Yep. Yeah, it's crap. And so when you finally get a new computer, or you're able to, or whatever, and then the game finally runs, you're like, wow, this is crazy. But it's just poor optimization, because if it was even fucking, I have to say, like, Marvel Rivals, they give people an option. They know, oh shit, more people are on older computers than we thought. Okay, well, we're going to give people an option that they can use and make things less stressful on their older computers. Wow, what a fucking concept.
Yeah, and
that's amazing.
I told you about it when I saw it. I said, try it.
What a fucking concept. That not everybody can afford $3,000 fucking computers and whatever. Wow, what a concept. But it's just, this is what has happened with, and will continue to happen, unfortunately, because of the people who are running these things. Where it's going to be hard for us. We're going to get some greatness here and there, but then we're going to get more mediocre stuff. We're going to get more poor shit. And then we're going to get people who want to say, like, oh, the industry is doing great, or this isn't. It's like, are you sure? And so they want to raise prices and give us less content. Okay, well, that makes fucking no sense. Like,
or in some cases, raise the prices and still make us pay premium for
the
content that's DLC.
Right. Exactly. And so the DLC needs to be as good as the other content. And luckily, you can find deals on stuff. Yes, it's digital, but you can find deals, which you should be able to. People shouldn't. I don't care how much money you have, or not as much money. The thing is, these people trying to tell you these games are these price, but that's a whole nother thing. Just back to the Star Wars games. Just using that, saying that we could actually we could get better games coming out. But I can understand, like, if you don't like that Dark Souls type combat, why the fuck would you enjoy Fallen Order or Survivor? You wouldn't, because it would get frustrating, and some people just don't like that content, that kind of combat. And so
yeah, but let's also look at it this way: it's because of playing Fallen Order and Survivor, I've wanted to play a game like Rise of the Ronin, which still has that Souls-like combat.
True, it does. So, and I don't mind that combat. I don't, because it can be rewarding as well as frustrating. But the thing is, it's just I want greatness of Star Wars again. I don't really look at Battlefront 2 remake as greatness. I don't. Not as great as the original classic. Not even close. Because of certain things, the Clone Wars storyline, that was really cool to do, and you could do that over and over again and still have fun. And that's why you're buying these games. There should be replayability. But yeah, no, I'm just hoping we finally get some new Star Wars games. I hope people connect the dots. I would love, like, a Scoundrel game, another one where you can buy ships, build your own ships, and so on and so forth. Things that we could do before. KOTOR gave us a lot of options, a ton. And we deserve, especially with games going up in price, we deserve to have. And I say we deserve this because we've seen it before, and we had this content before, and what they can do with the graphics and so on, and this and that. But it's like, I would rather have a KOTOR 3 than a KOTOR remake. I would just rather have that.
Yeah.
And we somehow got there kind of with the Old Republic, but not really. We should get a true KOTOR 3, but who knows? We should get maybe even a Dark Forces 3. I wish somebody would say, you know what, fuck it. We're going to find a way to bring Star Wars 1313 back. Now, some people may not like that storyline and stuff. That's fine, but other people would. And that one was tied to Boba Fett because that's what Lucas decided was the best direction. Because when he got involved in that, and if you guys watch the documentary of that, it's really very interesting. But there's just a lot of missed opportunities. There can be fun card games of Star Wars, and then it goes gone, dead. It's really frustrating. So it's like, that's why I keep telling people, I'm going to continue to tell people, until the industry gets their act together, we're not going to have more great stuff. And that's why I think people should be encouraged to actually, fuck it, start making your own stuff. It's hard, but there's a lot of stuff on YouTube people can watch. So learn things, get programs, but it takes time. But good stuff takes time. Why wouldn't it?
You can do it on your iPhone.
Yeah, you can do it on your iPhone, right? You can do stuff on your iPhone. That is true. But
the stuff you can do on your iPhone is so much better than we were doing with those little handheld 8mm that we could ever hope to do. It's a different technology, but you could.
The other problem is that technology makes people lazy too. It does.
Well, I'm just saying, if I had a camera like this, my school reports would have been awesome. Lugging them big ass video cameras around, and those it was a different deal.
They had weight to them, that's for sure.
They did.
Yeah,
and even to have one, like, not even everybody I knew had one. It was like one out of a handful of people might own one.
No. So, well, hopefully though, when it comes to like Star Wars, we'll start getting back to a lot of this stuff that we want. And it's funny, Padawannabe, that you brought up Andor, because it's like, hey, when they're out in the farm area, which is not really spoiling anything, it reminds me of KOTOR. Did you notice that?
Oh, well, I didn't get to play that.
You haven't played KOTOR yet?
I didn't have a computer.
Okay. Well, it's also on Xbox, so originally started on Xbox.
I just haven't gotten it yet. So.
All right. You should definitely play it.
They are in the And I just think they're gonna remake it at some point. It's like,
they will.
I'm gonna get it, and then they're gonna remake it. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, that's how it works for me. I will buy a game. It's like, oh, it hasn't been on Xbox Game Pass in a long time. I really liked it. I'll just go buy it. I buy it. Oh, look what back next month. Oh, geez. I mean, that's just my luck, you know. That's just how it rolls sometimes.
Gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up before Evie Monk says time's running out.
Oh, that's right.
Right, yes. Fucking emu mugs. Come on.
But if there's anything you guys want to promote, please do so now or forever hold your peace.
Nah.
Tuesdays and Fridays. Well, we might be changing the schedule because Pop Culture Republic got a job. So that might be changing. But I'm co-host on his show, Titillating Tuesdays and Frantic Fridays.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with... Is there anything else, Padawannabe? Or
no, that's it.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with Jace. He's still on vacation, so I don't know what's going to happen there. The other stuff, just been busy with other things, so I have to get back to other stuff that we have to do, our multiplayer Fridays or this and that and other things. So. But life gets busy sometimes with other stuff, so unfortunately.
Well, just want to let everybody know what's coming up on the channel for this week. There's going to be another Doom stream on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then Wednesday, we're going to have our standard edition of Pop Talk where we're going to talk about articles, of course. I just got to look through several articles and think, do we really want to talk about this one or do we want to talk about this one? So it's stuff like that before I actually schedule it tomorrow night. And when I say schedule it tomorrow night, I means I'm scheduling it for both YouTube and Rumble tomorrow night, but it's actually going to be for Wednesdays because I still have to work on a thumbnail too. Mm-hmm. And then Thursday, I'm going to play more Rise of the Ronin. Next Sunday, like I said before, it's going to be a watch party at Wayne's World. Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
Mm-hmm. I like to fix things.
And, you know, if you have the time to come by the channel, come by, leave a like, be respectful, don't be a troll. Don't be a troll who obviously just wants to cause trouble, because if you do that, it's an automatic ban.
We only want trolls with the fuzzy hair.
But again, I appreciate everybody who is here today. Thank you all so very much for your support of the channel. If you like what you saw today, make sure you hit that like button on YouTube and Rumble, share out the stream, and consider subscribing or following either the YouTube channel or the Rumble channel. And DJ Ronnie G says GGGM. And then he says, Rise of the DJ Ronin G. All right. We could go with that, brother. We could go with that. But again, thank you everybody for joining us today as we talk Star Wars. We watched Star Wars. And, you know, we still love Star Wars. That's George Lucas, Star Wars. So, until then, everybody, take care and have a good rest of your weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
And thank you to Old Gamer 72 Cutlass for the 2 gifted memberships today as well. Appreciate it, brother.